The choice in this election has never been clearer, and the stakes have never been higher.
America is crying out for leadership.
Joe Biden would be nothing more than a Trojan horse for the radical left.
We have a president who cares more about himself than the people who elected him.
The economy's on the ballot. Law and order are on the ballot.
The American dream and our American democracy are under attack and on the line like never before.
Where Joe Biden sees American darkness, we see American greatness.
America, we are better than this.
We're going to lay out the contrast tonight, and it's on.
An unprecedented moment in American history. The candidates for vice president take the stage together tonight in Salt Lake City, Utah, as the president of the United States battles a coronavirus that has killed more than 211,000 Americans. Vice President Mike Pence and his challenger, Senator Kamala Harris, will appear on stage, spaced apart and separated by plexiglass as a protective measure. This is a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Welcome. Tonight's debate begins at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. It will last 90 minutes and will be moderated by Susan Page of USA Today. Let's go now to tonight's debate site at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. Politics reporter Joyce Coe is there and joins us this evening. Joyce.
Good evening, Libby. We are standing right outside of Kingsbury Hall, where Vice President Mike Pence and Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris will be debating for the first and only time until the election. This is a highly anticipated night. The stakes are even higher as President Trump continues to recover from the coronavirus. The events this week, we saw President Trump going to Walter Reed Hospital as far as it relates to his positive coronavirus result, and we've seen confusing information coming from his medical team, and that has all really refocused the campaigns, both Trump and Biden, refocusing the attention around both the health and the age of both of these candidates. We know in November, regardless of who wins, they will be the oldest presidents ever sworn into office. So tonight, viewers are going to be looking to see not just how not just how Pence and Harris debate on a stage as surrogates of their respective campaigns, but also how they debate as leaders and what we can see from them as far as how they will govern if they are to be in a position where they have to move into the seat of the presidency. Libby?
So Joyce, what do we know about the coronavirus protocols that have been put in place tonight? And it is of specific concern since Vice President Pence has interacted with White House staffers who are continuing to test positive for coronavirus.
Yes, certainly. The debate commission has put in stringent protocol as it relates to the coronavirus, not just for the vice presidential debate, but for all of the presidential debates that we've seen last week and the two going forward. We know that we can expect to see much of the same thing that we saw last week. The candidates will not come on stage shaking hands. They will not shake hands with the moderator as well. We know the members of the audience, the press, we've all had to get these green wristbands before getting credentialed to make it onto even just the perimeter at this campus at the University of Utah. So a lot of coronavirus protections put in place, including an additional space between the candidates tonight. They'll be spaced out 12 feet at least between each other and the moderator as well. You mentioned plexiglass in the beginning of the show, and that is something that happened with certainly a fight as far as Kamala Harris goes, her campaign asking the commission to put additional measures in place following what we've seen from the White House with numerous members, I think it's up to 10 now, and 13 others around the White House testing positive for coronavirus. Harris's campaign asking the commission to put in place plexiglass. Up until last night, Pence's campaign resisting that. At the last minute last night, they both agree that that would be put in place, but still there is a risk tonight on the debate stage. It's indoors. The candidates will be sharing the same stage, and although we've been told that both candidates have tested negative for the coronavirus, we know that Vice President Mike Pence has been in the same room, has made contact with people at the White House who have since tested positive for the virus, and certainly plexiglass only protects so much. So optically, I think tonight during the debate, we will be seeing something very different from what we've seen in the past. Libby?
Great point, Joyce. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you a little later in the hour. Thank you. Well, with us tonight, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and national political reporters James Hohman and Robert Costa. Welcome to all of you. Bob, let's start with you. We're going to talk the nitty-gritty of what to expect tonight and what these candidates have to do. But I want you, Bob, to just set the stage for us big picture here in this incredibly unique and complex moment in American politics.
Vice President Pence has numerous challenges tonight. Number one, to defend the administration's record in terms of its response to the coronavirus pandemic. But perhaps just as important, politically speaking, will be reassuring Republicans who are on edge tonight about polling in battleground states, about their own chances of keeping the Senate majority or making gains in the House. This is a traditional Republican who was a governor of Indiana, a conservative in the House of Representatives, who comes out of the GOP, and he has always abided by the norms of conservatism. But now conservatives, from John Cornyn to others in the party, are raising concerns about President Trump's conduct, his own leadership. And so look for Pence to try to say to the whole party, if not the whole nation, that things are okay. But it's an uphill battle, to be sure.
And Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you to talk about what Kamala Harris needs to do tonight and this sort of strange moment in American politics that she finds herself as part of the story of right now, front and center.
That's right. What Kamala Harris is going to have to do tonight is basically stay sharp and stay focused on keeping that momentum that the Biden campaign has been receiving. Even earlier today, we saw some polling numbers in battleground states that do look like Joe Biden does have a little bit of an edge right now. And that's the scene across the country. So she needs to sort of be there to establish that momentum and lay out her case tonight. She's also going up against a contender here in Vice President Pence, who he comes across very measured in debates. In his debate in 2016 against the VP pick for Hillary, which was Senator Kaine at the time, he came across very measured. Even when he was faced with questions about controversies about Trump, Pence came across very smooth and calming, and it's likely he will be like that today. So what Kamala Harris is going to have to do, if she is going to get in some sharp questions to him or present some sharp facts to him, is try to get around that, because he will present a case that looks like everything is okay. He's going to be the cheerleader for the president right now at a time when there are so many challenges in the White House.
Great, Rhonda. Thank you. James, let's go to you. A lot of what Kamala Harris has to do tonight, too, is just show the American public what a Biden-Harris administration would look like as a counterpoint to everything else that's going on right now.
Absolutely, Libby. And that's a return to normalcy, a return to calm, simpler times where you don't have to worry about what's going on literally in the White House every day. A lot of people still don't know Kamala Harris. People who are watching us right now probably do. They've seen her during the Brett Kavanaugh hearings and the Bill Barr hearings, but she's still the least known of the four figures on the national ticket. And there was a poll from Wisconsin today by Marquette University that showed she's viewed slightly more unfavorably than favorably. She obviously ran for president last year. And so in some ways, this is her introducing herself, but Harris advisors tell us that this is really about making the case that she is not going to try to overshadow Joe Biden, that Biden is going to be a calming, reassuring force for the country as the president continues to convalesce at home tonight.
James, let's talk about the president and the situation right now. We were here just a little over a week ago, and so many stories have broken since that first presidential debate. First, just the astounding nature of that debate itself, James, with the president interrupting and shouting on stage. Then, against that, we'd seen just prior to that debate, the New York Times breaking that huge story about his taxes. Since then, the president has tested positive for coronavirus and has been hospitalized. I just want you to reflect on this moment right now.
We still don't know, Libby, if the president was positive for the coronavirus last Tuesday night when we watched him. Obviously, he was sweaty, he was loud, he was a little bit irritable as he interrupted. And the White House, even as of this afternoon, the White House comms people, communications people, refusing to answer when the president's last negative test was, and refusing to tell us basic details about the president's current condition. We believe that he's taking 3, maybe 2 now, really significant treatments, including the steroid dexamethasone. He, I believe, has finished his 5-day course of remdesivir, and then he's taking a collection of antibodies that have not been approved by the FDA that are very strong, promising in early trials. All three have very, very significant side effects. We've seen the president rage tweeting quite a lot. We haven't really seen the president. He went down to the Oval Office today. He's trying to project strength. But in the last hour, the Pentagon put out an announcement that the #2 general in the Marine Corps has tested positive. There's a lot of concern at the highest levels of the military. This is an outbreak that has really kind of affected DC in a visceral way. It's moving numbers in the city. It's changing kind of the mood and the attitude, I think, not just in the city, but in the country. And so that certainly hangs over tonight. But I think, Libby, of 4 years ago today was the day the Washington Post, our colleague Dave Fahrenthold, broke the story of the Access Hollywood tape about the president making lewd comments about women during a kind of a caught on hot mic moment. And it was also the day that the U.S. government officially accused the Russians of trying to interfere in our election. And it was the day that WikiLeaks began dumping hacked Democratic emails that they received from the Russians. All of that is to say that 4 years ago at this moment, it seemed like kind of unimaginable that Trump could win that election. And so the polls once again show Trump down significantly, but we still have a month left. VP debates historically don't matter. Maybe it matters more than usual because of the kind of the age and the health of the two candidates at the top of the ticket. But it really is a reminder that this race still can be fluid, that it seems like things are gelling, but that moments like tonight really can change the trajectory of this contest.
Well, even though journalists haven't gotten a chance to question President Trump, he did release a video of himself this evening, which was striking in its sweeping promises and upbeat tone regarding the coronavirus, which has already claimed more than 211,000 American lives. Let's watch.
I walked in, I didn't feel good. A short 24 hours later, I was feeling great. I wanted to get out of the hospital. And that's what I want for everybody. I want everybody to be given the same treatment as your president, because I feel great. I feel like perfect. So I think this was a blessing from God that I caught it. This was a blessing in disguise. I caught it. I heard about this drug. I said, let me take it. It was my suggestion. I said, let me take it. And it was incredible the way it worked. Incredible.
James Hohmann, let's go back to you for reaction to what the president said tonight. There's just so much to unpack in that. And we learned some things that he claims he was the one who asked for that specific treatment. We haven't gotten a lot of information from the doctors about just why they've given him, sort of the aggressive treatment plan, the kitchen sink approach, as we've been hearing doctors talk about it, that he's been receiving. But we're also seeing the president sort of try to spin this moment here, James.
And it's not surprising to anyone. There was a CNN poll, Libby, that was conducted after the president announced that he'd contracted coronavirus. Only 12% of Americans, only 12%, if you think about that, believe everything that the president is saying about his own health. So even his most diehard supporters are dubious and skeptical because the president has done so much over the last 4 years to squander his credibility. And so, obviously he looks better there than he did, and that's great. And all of us are hoping and praying for his speedy recovery. But I think we have to kind of take with a grain of salt his claims that he's, not just asymptomatic, but feeling great. And we still don't know to what extent that there was lung damage. There's a lot of things, as I've mentioned, we don't know. The other thing to note is that there are a lot of very significant side effects from those 3 drugs that he's taking, and all 3 sort of make sense. If there is a they're medically defensible, but all 3 would only be prescribed typically for people with really serious cases that are much worse than what the president is saying. And also, if the president starts to wean off of the steroids, that can kind of, he might have an artificial feeling that he's doing great right now because he's on such heavy medication.
Bob Costa, let's go to you and bring this back to the vice presidential debate tonight and the position that Mike Pence is in. You've been writing about how Republicans are feeling about the man at the top of the ticket. So Vice President Pence, head of the coronavirus task force, how does he address the huge story in the room tonight?
He's likely to bring up the president's decisions regarding air travel in early 2020, a typical talking point you've heard from Vice President Pence and President Trump in recent months. But for both of these contenders tonight, it's about the people atop the ticket. We've seen in past vice presidential debates, for example, in 2000 and 2004, where Vice President Cheney tried to make his foil, whether it was John Edwards or Senator Lieberman, the story of the night. And if an opponent in a vice presidential debate gets pulled into that riptide and becomes the story, then you get off message in terms of talking about the nominee. And that's really the tricky path here ahead for both Pence and Harris. How do you make sure you don't make it about you? And look for Vice President Pence, who has been a debater his entire life, going back to his early days in high school in Indiana. You read any biography of Vice President Pence, it talks about he loved high school debate. He was a champion debater. And so he'll look to try to talk about Senator Harris, her record in the Senate, tired of Medicare for all, talk about perhaps her prosecutorial record and compare it to the president's criminal justice program. But also look for Senator Harris to say about Vice President Pence and his conservative past, his ties to different evangelical groups, and his support for Amy Coney Barrett, the nominee, who was also seen as a foe of President Obama's healthcare law. And we'll see who comes out on the better side in terms of trying to drag the other candidate into the spotlight.
You know, Bob, talk to us about Vice President Pence's role these past years as really the message man for President Trump. You know, he has a real ability to praise the president, to turn the attention back to the president. Sometimes you feel like he's speaking to an audience of one as he, you know, gives President Trump all the props.
He's also someone I've traveled with quite a bit as a reporter. I went to Europe with him in September of 2019, to Poland and Ireland and Iceland. I've been around the country with him, flying on Air Force Two. And what I'm struck by as a so-called Pence beat reporter, perhaps, is that so often when the president's talking about his latest grievance or tweet or his battle with a certain personality on the right or left, there's Vice President Pence talking about the USMCA trade deal, talking about President Trump's foreign policy and different engagements with world leaders. He presents this whole different side of the Trump administration. Speaking, of course, as you said, Libby, to that audience of one, always praising President Trump, but also mounting an entirely different argument about the Trump record in an entirely different style.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you to talk about Senator Harris as a target. You know, we've heard the president talk about how Joe Biden will just be sort of a foil for leftist, liberal, you know, in his words, sort of extreme leftist policies. How do they go after Kamala Harris in this moment to try to paint her in a particular light?
Well, one area that she might be slightly vulnerable in is her history as California's top cop. She was Attorney General there in the state, and there is sort of discussion about her record on if her time as Attorney General, if the prison system there was filled because of some of her policies that she put in place. So criminal justice, policing, that is an area that they could possibly go after her on. I think they might also go after her on the Supreme Court issue. She's on the Senate Judiciary Committee. They plan to start the hearing for Amy Coney Barrett next Monday. And so she is on that panel and hasn't yet been very clear about her stance if she is going to be in support of adding more seats on the Supreme Court bench. So that is potentially something that Pence might bring up. Overall, as you just mentioned, they are going to go after her for being sort of this big liberal. That's what I believe the president said the day that Joe Biden announced that she was his pick, that she is the biggest liberal, and he used it in sort of a way to kind of gin up some fear among his base there. So I think those are some three things that they're probably going to target her for.
Well, since so much of tonight's focus in terms of optics with those dividers and the sort of the separation on stage is really focused on the coronavirus, let's listen to how the former Vice President Joe Biden, the Democratic presidential nominee, has talked about it. Yesterday in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, he singled out the Trump administration's handling of coronavirus as a big contrast point between the two tickets.
We paid a high price for allowing the deep divisions in this country to impact on how we deal with the coronavirus. 210,000 Americans dead, and the number's climbing. It's estimated that nearly another 210,000 Americans could lose their lives by the end of the year. Enough. No more. Let's just set partisanship aside. Let's end the politics and follow the science. Wearing a mask is not a political statement. It's a scientific recommendation.
That's Democratic nominee Joe Biden speaking yesterday. James Homan, how vulnerable is Vice President Pence since he's been the head of this coronavirus task force tonight?
He's really vulnerable. The president put him in charge. There's been a lot of speculation for months that they would try to make him the scapegoat for problems. But the president makes no apologies, expresses no regret. And as a result, for the reasons that Bob was explaining, neither is the vice president. Mike Pence wrote an op-ed for the Wall Street Journal back in April saying that, we'd turned the corner, that the coronavirus was under control, that it was kind of had peaked at 15,000 new cases a day. And a few weeks later, there were 100,000 new cases a day. One of the things we learned from Olivia Troy, who was a top advisor, a detailee from the Department of Homeland Security, a Republican by background, who worked for Pence. She didn't criticize Pence personally, but she did criticize the task force that she worked on for 6 months as being incredibly dysfunctional. And she was very, very critical of the president's leadership and sort of disengagement from it. So it certainly is going to be a vulnerability, especially because Pence is not able to kind of, he can't certainly blame the president. Bob's absolutely right that you kind of you can't overshadow the top of the ticket, especially this president. But unlike in the past, and Pence is an incredible debater. I recently went back and rewatched some of his debates from when he was running for governor in Indiana and when he was in Congress, going back into the 90s. But now he's an incumbent, and they have a 4-year record. So it's much harder. 4 years ago, he was able to criticize the Obama administration. He is very good at being in the opposition. You kind of know what you're going to get with the vice president tonight, but there's a long record to defend, and a lot of it is, especially amid the coronavirus, not a great one.
Well, much more to come as we await the start of the only vice presidential debate of the 2020 election. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
I'm Lillian Cunningham, the creator and host of the Presidential Podcast. There have only been 2 times until now when a woman has taken the stage at a vice presidential debate. The first was in 1984, when Democrat Geraldine Ferraro debated then Vice President George H.W. Bush. The second time was in 2008. Joe Biden was on the stage as Barack Obama's running mate, and he debated Republican Sarah Palin, who was the running mate to John McCain. That debate had probably the most memorable opening of any debate, vice presidential or presidential, in U.S. history. It opened with Sarah Palin walking out onto the stage, taking Joe Biden's hands and saying,
"Nice to meet you. Hey, can I call you Joe?" Okay, good. Thanks.
The microphone picked up all of this. It wasn't actually supposed to be part of what the audience heard. But there was such a fascination in that year about Sarah Palin as a candidate that vice presidential debate had a higher viewership than any other vice presidential debate in American history. 70 million Americans tuned in to watch.
This is a live Washington Post special report. I'm Libby Casey with you for this only vice presidential debate of the 2020 election. The debate begins at the top of the hour, and we will bring that all to you tonight. Let's go to Bob Costa. Bob, you know, we remember that Sarah Palin, Joe Biden debate so well, and there was so much interest because Sarah Palin was an unknown entity, except for those of us who had lived in Alaska, Bob. But this is a moment tonight where there is such a huge backdrop of news. So what will you be listening for in terms of how these candidates need to hit their messages home and sort of resonate with the American people?
Well, I was struck in that video we just saw from 2008, Libby, about our late friend Gwen Ifill from PBS, a friend of mine, and she used to moderate Washington Week before she died, and she was a moderator for that famous debate, 70 million Americans, and she really drew out Vice President Biden at the time and Governor Palin about policy, and it reminded me seeing that and making me smile that Susan Page, another friend and longtime reporter in Washington from USA Today, is the moderator. And it's going to be interesting to see her try to really draw out these candidates on policy, of course, on the coronavirus and the administration's response. But as James mentioned and others mentioned, where does the Biden administration really want to go? A possible blue waves on the horizon? Will this be a party that's pursuing a public option on healthcare or just defending the Affordable Care Act in federal court? What does it want to actually do on taxes? Biden keeps saying he wants to build back better and restore vitality to the economy. What does that look like? And so to get beyond the talking points is a challenge for the moderator. And so I'm rooting for Susan as a journalist tonight to get into those issues as well.
Bob, is there a different kind of pressure on her after last week's debate where the president was just constantly interrupting, yelling at, at the other candidate, also interrupting the moderator? These are two very different people than the ones who debated last week.
Oh, it's so different. It's with respect to Susan, I think it's going to be a little easier tonight with these two candidates compared to Chris Wallace's challenge on the first presidential debate. Vice President Pence is the opposite of an interrupter. I've covered him at events where he's heckled, where different governors or Democrats have interjected. He's the ever cool politician, love him or hate him. That's how he operates. And Senator Harris is, as we heard, the former top cop of California. She's someone who is able to be a smooth operator in the same way Vice President Pence is a smooth operator. She's a pro, a total pro. And so I'm not looking to see her be combative in the same way President Trump was at that first debate.
And finally, Bob, do you think there's extra pressure on these candidates tonight than there normally is for a vice presidential debate?
There's not necessarily extra pressure. They are not the nominees. But this debate perhaps will be studied down the line, because you outlined in the beginning of our conversation tonight how the nominees for each party are older, and they're older than any nominees we've really seen in American history. And so both of the people on stage tonight in Salt Lake City could one day end up in the Oval Office, whether a president steps down, decides not to run for another term, or whatever happens. And these players, more than most who have been on this vice presidential debate stage in the past, a lot of names we forget in American politics have been on this vice presidential stage, and you can come and go. John Edwards, Paul Ryan, Jack Kemp, Lloyd Benson. I mean, that's one other thing I'd just like to say, Libby, is there are some moments, some of the best moments you think about that Palin debate come from the vice presidential debates. I also think of Lloyd Benson in 1988 saying to Dan Quayle, "You're no Jack Kennedy." So expect the unexpected.
Great. Thanks so much, Bob Costa. Well, let's go now to national video reporter Hannah Jewell. Hannah, welcome. So what should we be watching for, and how Republicans react tonight to Kamala Harris's debating style?
Hi, Libby. So as Bob just mentioned, Senator Harris is a pro, and she's also known for her sort of sharp questioning, which is often on display, particularly at Senate hearings. But the same prosecutorial skill that many Democrats celebrate, and which has helped her throughout her career, is framed very differently by her opponents, of course, including the president. President Trump often brings up Harris's role in the confirmation hearings of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in 2018 when he's on the campaign trail. Here's what he said about Harris at the Kavanaugh hearings at a rally last month in North Carolina.
Because I watched him in the debates with, with all those people, those Democrats. The one who treated him worse was Kamala. She was the one, actually, also, she was the one that treated, you know that, she was the one that treated him so badly, and she treated Kavanaugh very badly, too. Nobody was ever ruder, nobody ever suffered like Justice Kavanaugh suffered in the hands and the mouths of those horrible people. The way he was tortured was disgrace. And the leader of the pack, I would say, was Kamala was the worst, and Pocahontas was a close second.
So President Trump there framing Senator Harris at the Kavanaugh hearings in a very negative light, also mispronouncing her name and referring to Senator Elizabeth Warren with a racist nickname. And it's important to note that if you rewatch the Kavanaugh hearing, Senator Harris was simply doing her job and questioning Kavanaugh with the same tone as her colleagues. But Trump plays into common tropes and stereotypes when he discusses Harris that frame assertive women in power, and particularly Black women, as nasty or aggressive. So although he won't be on stage tonight, Trump is, of course, always ever present. And I'll be keeping an eye on the president's Twitter feed to see if he repeats any of that kind of language. And Senator Harris will be faced with a different kind of scrutiny tonight by the nation as the first Black woman and the first South Asian woman to appear in a vice presidential debate. Earlier this week, I spoke to Professor Kelly Dittmar, who's an expert on gender and politics at Rutgers University. And she stressed that it will be up to viewers, voters, and also us in the media to not fall into these stereotypes about how we expect women to behave in our critiques of the debate. We should also watch to see whether Vice President Pence will be more cautious in the way he debates Senator Harris, perhaps differently than he would a man, so that he doesn't appear either overly aggressive toward her or dismissive of her as a woman. And this debate is also moderated by a woman, USA Today's Susan Page. So gender dynamics will shape every aspect of this debate, as it does, I should say, about in a debate with three men in their 70s on stage. And if you want to follow along with Dr. Dittmar's real-time analysis, she'll be tweeting under the hashtag GenderLens2020 tonight. Libby?
Great, thank you, Hannah. And I'll be watching what you're tweeting as well, Hannah, as well as so many of our other reporters here at the Washington Post as we track tonight's debate. A reminder that we'll be with you after the debate this evening for analysis with our reporter team. Joining our conversation now, Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. Amber, welcome. You know, Hannah reminded us that Kamala Harris is breaking barriers tonight as an African-American woman, an Asian woman, and we've never seen a woman as vice president.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think because of that, the second she steps on this stage, Libby, she's under a glaring spotlight in a way that, you know, any other vice presidential candidate probably wouldn't be, especially a man. And we talked, or you guys have been talking about how this vice presidential debate could resonate more than others. It might not. I'm on the side of this one is one you want to tune in for, when maybe 4 years ago with Pence and Tim Kaine, you didn't necessarily have to follow the race. And that's in part because of Kamala Harris and the history-making moment she's going to have here. But I also think it puts a lot of pressure on her that she wouldn't otherwise have, because the Biden campaign is doing overall very well. They're pulling ahead in the polls. Biden, hardly got a word in at the debate last week, and he didn't have to. Polls show that President Trump's behavior at that debate has helped him expand his lead. So she doesn't have a ton of pressure from that perspective, but just the fact of who she is and how her upbringing is and what stories she can tell to the American people, I think makes things much more heightened for her. And as Hannah made a great point, the gender dynamics are huge. One more thing I want to add is that her campaign has been out there saying that she might not be the Kamala Harris that we know from from Democratic primary debates or even from the Senate hearing room. And that's because it could come off as, and I'm going to purposefully use a gendered term here, aggressive, which is something that women and Black women in particular, according to research, tend to get tagged with way more than men, and especially the white man she'll be debating tonight. So I think it's possible that she understands she's under a lot of pressure. There's a big spotlight, how history making this is, but she also tones it down for the very reason of those gender dynamics and race dynamics that Hannah was talking about.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, you cover Congress, and so you are following so many stories, including what's happening with the Supreme Court nomination fight. Kamala Harris sits on that Judiciary Committee. this has been an upheaval because a couple of Republicans on that committee have tested positive for coronavirus. How is Kamala Harris dealing with this moment where we're watching to see what happens on her committee, but we're also, of course, watching her on the campaign trail?
That's right. This is something that, because of the confluence of the dates, that this VP debate is happening a week before the SCOTUS hearings on the Hill happen, and she'll have to be there for that. She's going to have to really strike a balance. And I think if she does receive a question tonight on the Supreme Court, it may be claims that Republicans have been saying that the Biden-Harris administration would add more seats on the Supreme Court bench. So I spoke with Senator Chris Coons. He is a Biden surrogate. He was at the debate last week in Cleveland, and he also sits on the Judiciary Committee with Senator Harris. And I spoke to him just hours ago about that question. What if she is asked about the Supreme Court and adding any more seats, and how she should answer that? So let's take a listen.
What if the topic comes up about the Supreme Court and that Republicans have been saying a Biden-Harris ticket will stack the court? Should she be very clear on how she and Biden stand on that? They haven't been clear so far right now.
What I think Senator Harris will be clear about tonight is that we should not be barreling ahead with a partisan confirmation process just 26 days before a presidential election when more than half the states have already started voting. There's no precedent in our history for the Senate considering a nominee this close to a presidential election. And so I'm fairly confident that my Judiciary Committee colleague, Senator Harris, will make clear that she opposes, as I oppose, are moving ahead with this confirmation. It's without precedent. It's going to be, frankly, risky for us to be doing this in person. And bluntly, this is being done simply to accomplish two goals. President Trump has said he wants a full Supreme Court to rule on any dispute about the outcome of the election and to rule on the Affordable Care Act case that's on the Supreme Court docket for the week after the election. Those are the issues surrounding the Supreme Court that I expect Senator Harris will focus on tonight.
So that's likely how she might answer that question tonight about the Supreme Court. She's going to hit home that the hearing shouldn't even happen next week, which is something that Senate Democrats have said over and over and over again, even though the hearing is scheduled to start next Monday, or this coming Monday morning. Senator Coons also mentioned that he was at the Cleveland debate last week and how tonight he's expecting this to be a little bit more measured because of the two candidates. And he also said that, you know, we've all talked about how she is a very sharp prosecutor when it comes to these confirmation hearings on the Hill, but this is going to be slightly different because the other contender, Vice President Pence, he also has a very, very skilled background as a on-camera host in Indiana for a few years. He was a radio host there as well, so he knows how to present a case in front of the camera as well. So it should not be underestimated that he will also be bringing his own style to this debate tonight.
Rhonda, I noticed Senator Coons did not really answer your question about this, you know, the whether or not Kamala Harris should commit or go against the potential of adding more justices to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's true. He's sticking to that talking point that a lot of Senate Democrats are saying right now, is that they are still in opposition to even having this hearing at all. And he's bringing up the point that it may be unsafe because you do have two members on that panel who are have tested positive in the last week. So he's even talking about the safety. But this is something that Kamala Harris is going to have to probably address, if not tonight, through the rest of the month, because when she was a primary candidate, she did say that she may be in favor of adding more seats on the bench. Elizabeth Warren said the same thing when she was running for president. Former Vice President Biden has not said that, though, so there may be a little bit of a disconnect that campaign is trying to work out between those two messages.
All right, thanks, Rhonda. James, let's go to you. The Biden camp has been working really hard to have the Supreme Court question focus on things like health care, Roe v. Wade, abortion as well, but health care, especially as the nation copes with coronavirus and growing numbers in so many states. What does Kamala Harris need to do in terms of her messaging on that Supreme Court question tonight?
Absolutely, Libby, and I don't think, I think she is going to give that Chris Coons answer, and I would expect Susan Page will follow up, and I would expect Mike Pence will follow up. And she had an interview last week on MSNBC where she really didn't handle the follow-ups well. I'm sure she's prepared. We'll see how she does. She's going to have to pivot back to the issues every single time. They don't want to be talking about process that doesn't move voters. They also don't want to be talking about Amy Coney Barrett's faith. You're going to hear the vice president say liberals and Democrats are impugning the nominee's faith, and they're criticizing her for having 7 kids. And we've heard Republicans say that Democrats are doing that exponentially more than we've heard Democrats actually doing that, because they know that it is a hornet's nest. A few senators walked into it during her confirmation hearing to the appellate court in 2017. And so they're very determined not to go down that path, and Republicans egging them on in that way. And it's not just health care. You will hear talk about Roe v. Wade. Obviously, reproductive rights are health care. But then you will also hear her kind of pivot to lots of different issues that could be before the court, including voting, the integrity of the election, which was a whole topic and theme at the very end of last week's debate. And I would expect that the vice president will get pressed, just as the president did, to commit to accept the results of the election. And it'll be interesting because ordinarily that would be a very easy thing to do. But in this case, Pence might not want to do anything that creates daylight between him and the president.
Amber, let's talk about what's happening sort of as the backdrop to this debate in terms of the presidential race writ large, as well as the battle for the Senate.
Everything is happening as a backdrop to this vice presidential debate, Libby. I feel like I've been working trying to analyze specifically the battle for the Senate, look up, cover the vice presidential debate, and then go back down and cover everything else you just mentioned. You know, there was a story today that I think it was in Axios that underscored how much Republicans are putting their eggs into the basket of keeping the Senate in Republican hands in light of polls showing Biden expanding his lead over President Trump. So there is a concern, it was similar to what we saw in 2016, where Republicans thought, we may not keep the White House. So donors, let's get together and try to make sure Republicans can keep the Senate to be a foil against Joe Biden. Because if Republicans have the majority in the Senate, of course, Biden can't make any of those structural changes to democracy that we were just talking about, like expanding the court. You need Congress to have a law to do that if he considered doing it. Democrats certainly wouldn't be getting rid of the filibuster. I don't think they would be doing that, or I think it's going to be a hard road for them, even if they do have control of all of Washington. And so the battle for the Senate is huge, especially as there's this sense in Washington that, you know, among some Republicans, that it might be too late to save President Trump from losing the White House. Real quickly, what I'll say on the battle for the Senate is it's going to be super tight. Democrats probably, when you factor in all the races, especially one in Alabama they might lose, and the fact that when the White House, if they win the White House, they probably need to win net about 4 seats. Well, there are 4 toss-up races where Republicans are sitting, and they would need to knock out these Republicans in states like Arizona and Colorado, which are looking good for Democrats to do that. But then also North Carolina, where we saw this weekend, the Democrat had a huge misstep with an affair and illicit texts that got leaked. Super not helpful for Democrats right now. And then in Maine, you have Senator Susan Collins, who has been there for more than 20 years, and Democrats are trying to unseat her. And they kind of need to in order to win the majority, because after that, they have plenty more chances, but it gets into more and more red states like Iowa, like Montana, and like Georgia, and like South Carolina.
Thanks, Amber. Well, let's go now to Joyce Coe, who's at the site of tonight's debate in Salt Lake City. Joyce, what do we know about the game plan for tonight?
Well, Libby, we know that tonight will be a 90-minute commercial-free debate moderated by Susan Page, the Washington bureau chief for USA Today. And we know that there will be 9 10-minute long sections, and each of those segments will have their own topic. The topics have not been released ahead of the debate, but with the recent events in just the last week, with President Trump battling the coronavirus and White House officials as well as members of the press, Senate Republicans testing positive for the coronavirus, we can expect moderator Susan Page to make the coronavirus a central point of tonight's debate. As far as the 2 candidates go, we expect Harris to go after Pence and President Trump's administration for their handling of the virus, especially as Mike Pence was the chairman of the coronavirus task force at the White House. And we expect that Pence will defend the White House's handling of the virus, as well as perhaps seeing him pivot and change the subject to things like the economy, a strategy that we've seen the president himself use. We certainly think that ultimately the two will attempt to appeal to voters in the middle, those voters who are still undecided, ones that were especially frustrated by last week's presidential debate, where there was very little substance, a lot of arguing, name-calling, interrupting by both President Trump, mostly by President Trump, but also by Joe Biden. Very little information on policy coming out of that debate. So I think tonight we can expect to see both Mike Pence and Kamala Harris offer some substance tonight and also offer some more policy and generally talk about things with more discourse than we saw perhaps last week. Libby.
All right. Joyce Coe, live for us in Salt Lake City. Thanks, Joyce. Well, coming up, we're less than 20 minutes away from tonight's debate, so stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, joining you from our newsroom. The vice presidential debate gets underway very shortly, and this is a debate like no other because the candidates and moderator Susan Page will be separated there on stage. You can see that layout. There's also that plexiglass that's been added as a layer of safety. And of course, it's a reminder that President Trump and numerous White House and campaign staffers have coronavirus. Because of that, the debate commission has taken some additional safety precautions tonight. Well, with me now, socially distanced, unfortunately, my guests, Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, James Homan, national political reporter, and joining us now, well, let's stick with James. James, I've got to go to you, for what we were talking about earlier. There's just so much else happening here at this moment. And I'm wondering, is this a chance to hear more substance from these candidates? Joyce was reminding us that last week's debate was a debacle in large part because of President Trump's constant interrupting. Is this a chance, and are VP debates generally a chance, for the candidates to teach us more about what they'd actually do?
Yes, I think that they are. And Kamala Harris, people have criticized her in the past for kind of not having core convictions, that she sort of is a liberal when that makes sense and more moderate when that makes sense. But, she is more on the liberal side than Joe Biden. Mike Pence is much more of a traditional conservative than the president. And I do think that it's sort of inevitable that there's going to be more substance. When I searched through our transcript of last week's debate, the word crosstalk appeared like almost 400 times. So I don't think we'll have that much crosstalk tonight. And I do think, they'll, partly because of the gender dynamics, Mike Pence won't cut the senator off. And she doesn't, I don't think she's going to have the kind of the task of being super aggressive in the way that Joe Biden was in the 2012 presidential debate against Paul Ryan, where he kept interrupting Paul Ryan. And so I think it'll feel relatively muted compared to what we saw last week. And the result of that is that it will be a lot more substantive. These debates always come down to moments. That's especially true in the viral age. Bob mentioned earlier in the hour that the famous 1988 debate where Lloyd Benson said, I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy. In this day and age, there will be a viral moment or two like that. But I think for folks who are actually going to watch the debate, we will learn a lot more about where the candidates do substantively stand on the issues and what their kind of vision is for the future of the country.
James, I want to talk to you about the guests that have been brought in by the campaigns. We're getting this information now. The vice president's team is sharing on social media information about his guests tonight. One is the widow of a retired St. Louis police captain who was killed this summer during those riots and protests. Law and order is a theme that we can certainly expect the vice president to talk about.
Yes, and she gave a powerful, very moving video speech during the Republican convention. We heard her talk about how her husband worked security in the evenings. She's a 911 dispatcher, and the alarm went off at this pawn shop, and he went to check on it, and he never came home. And it was heart-wrenching And we're also going to see in the audience tonight on the vice president's side the owner of a business that was burned to the ground during the rioting and looting in Minneapolis as the protests in the wake of George Floyd's killing by police kind of got out of control for a couple days. And so I am certain that you'll hear the vice president, who's much better than the president as a debater, but at kind of humanizing things. He will mention those guests. He also has the parents of Kayla Mueller, who was killed by terrorists. They will be in the audience. He'll talk about the president fighting against ISIS. I assume he'll invoke the guests a lot more than the president or Vice President Biden did last week.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you to talk a little bit about who we're hearing from the Biden-Harris campaign about people who they'll have in the audience. One is Utah State Representative Angela Romero. They describe her as a longtime community organizer advocating progressive causes. Another is a high school teacher and veteran currently running for Salt Lake City Council. So, the Harris team is also trying to send some messages in who they bring as guests, Rhonda.
They are. One of those messages, like we saw during the Democratic National Convention, is that they are the party of diversity. They want diverse names and people to be heard and seen and as foremost in their concern right now. They also want people who are part of the so-called Main Street instead of Wall Street or Park Avenue, as Joe Biden has said. That's something that he's been campaigning a lot on right now, is that he is that common man versus Donald Trump, a proclaimed millionaire, billionaire, who has really no connection to the American people. That's what the Biden camp has been trying to drive home. So in their choice of guests tonight, that makes absolute sense and is in line with the ways that they've been trying to communicate to the American people that they're the party of diversity and they're the party of the common man. Last week, Joe Biden to Cleveland brought business owners there, showing that his side is for small business owners who have been affected by the pandemic. So a lot of time guests are seen there as people who will sort of bolster or highlight some of the initiatives that your campaign has.
Well, joining us now in our conversation, Jeremy Bowers, the Washington Post Director of Newsroom Engineering. Jeremy, welcome. Jeremy's teams run data for our newsroom. So let's get an update from you. What do we know, Jeremy, about the status of early voting? Because that is going on as we speak. The process has already begun.
That's right, Libby. More than half of the states in the United States have started early or absentee voting. And the one thing that's very different from this year's debate compared to other debates is that more than 5% of the votes that we think are going to be cast in the entire 2020 election have already been delivered. I mean, we're talking about 5.5 million ballots that have already been sent in, and that's more than 1 million in a state like Florida. And there are other states that are posting just huge numbers, including swing states. There's 600,000 votes already in Michigan, 750,000 already in Virginia, 400,000 in North Carolina, and 550,000 or more in Wisconsin. Now, in Wisconsin, there's some interesting stuff happening. We were looking at Dane County, Wisconsin earlier today. That's the county seat where Madison is. More than 50% of registered voters have requested a ballot, and more than 25% of those who asked for a ballot have turned one in. That means it's going to be a huge number of mail-in ballots this year, which means it's going to be a bit of a crazy election night.
So reading the tea leaves, Jeremy, what can we tell about who's voting early and what that might mean?
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing that I want to make sure to say is that the thing about mail-in votes is that they take a lot longer to count than those votes that come in on election night. And so because those mail ballots take longer to count and process, it means we're going to have a bit of a longer night on election night this year than we do in normal years. Now, there are some really interesting trends, though, that we can pull out of those early voting statistics. We're seeing some evidence that African-American voters are registering for their ballots and returning those ballots at higher rates than they have in previous years. For example, in North Carolina, about 17% of ballots returned are from African-American voters, and that's compared to only 8% in 2016. It's a similar story in Virginia. 13% of those ballots that have been returned are from African-American voters versus only 8% in 2016. 2016. And in a state like Georgia, we've got 38% of the ballots that have been turned in are from African-American voters, and only 33% of voters in Georgia are African-American. These are really interesting things.
Amber Phillips, let's go to you. You know, we were talking earlier in this hour, 4 years ago, the campaign Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump seemed like it had totally changed. Within one news day, on this day, 3 major news stories happened that seemed to upend everything, but nothing could be predicted. I mean, the course that the campaign took just could not have been expected, working from this early October to the November election. So where does this put the minds of these vice presidential candidates if people are already turning in their ballots and yet so much can happen in the next few weeks?
Yeah, well, I think it's difficult for them because I think they come into this debate knowing the data that Jeremy had just shared with all of us, and knowing the polls that show that Americans, by and large, have made up their minds who they want to vote for. There are very few undecided voters in this country right now, even in swing states. It is partisan camps is the story of this election. So in one sense, that might make things for both of the candidates tonight a little bit easier because you guys talked about who is coming as their guests to these debates. These candidates are talking to totally different groups of Americans. People who prioritize law and order versus people who prioritize Black Lives Matter movements, to broadly generalize it. And so they almost like aren't even trying to bridge that gap. You know, Joe Biden talks a lot about compromise, and that's not necessarily something that they have to do tonight because of what we're seeing, which is people already voting and people saying in polls that they're just decided and nothing could change their mind. That being said, we also see polls that show Americans are glued to the political news right now and following this at some of the highest levels of recent electoral cycles, which suggests that, if Kamala Harris does something that grabs headlines tomorrow, more Americans are going to know about it. That could hurt or help our campaign. Same with Vice President Pence tonight. And so that's something they have to be aware of. There's just this heightened sense in America that politics matters. I was talking to a Democratic strategist today who said, we're in a pandemic. We don't have to make the case to people that healthcare policy matters to voters. They walk out their door and are afraid of getting sick and are afraid of not getting the treatment President Trump has. Like, we don't have to make the case to people that policy matters, even on something like abortion, which hasn't tended to excite liberals quite as much as it does conservatives. Now Democrats almost don't even have to, spend time arguing why this is such a big issue for the party to go and vote, because liberals see or feel like, legal abortion in America is threatened by the Supreme Court process. And so I think there's a lot of dynamics at play, but the main one would be that people are in their partisan camps and the candidates are talking to those partisan camps to try to get them out and vote, knowing that they're already voting.
James, it is sort of remarkable to think of the power of the vote. You picture Americans with their ballots right next to them and their ballpoint pens poised to make a decision, and anything the candidates say tonight could seal the deal or break the deal as Americans make their choice. I want to mention, James, that we did see the families there sitting in the audience distanced and wearing masks after the problem last week where the Trump family took off their mask once they were seated and refused to put masks back on.
Yeah, very notable, and it is a reflection of the fact that neither Doug Emhoff, Senator Harris's husband, or Karen Pence, the vice president's wife, want to be the story. They kind of are, in many ways, both rule followers. Doug is a very successful lawyer, and Mrs. Pence and Mr. Pence, they're rule followers by background, and it is quite a contrast, I think, to what we saw from the president last week.
Jeremy, let's go back to you and talk about what the campaigns are focusing on right now in terms of their ground game and attention.
Absolutely, Libby. That ground game is really oriented towards things like voter registration. So we're trying to get folks to come out and register to vote. There have been deadlines in the last few weeks and in the next few weeks in several states. And so it's a really interesting time to be looking at voter registration. The things that we've noticed is in swing states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, that voter registration is pretty flat. But there is a lot of new voter registration activity happening in states like North Carolina and Georgia and Texas, which explains maybe why some of those states are so interesting in the polls right now for the Biden campaign. One of the things that jumped out at us earlier today is that Hispanic new voter registration in North Carolina is at 20%. That's almost double the national total right now. And we're looking at things like 10,000 new Hispanic voters in Mecklenburg County alone in North Carolina. And there's other interesting stories too. In Georgia, we're looking at African-American new voter registration. It's about 13% in the state. It's almost double the national average. And we're looking at like 50,000 new voters that are African-American just in Fulton County alone. And that is really going to be an interesting story. And it's something we're going to be watching in those states.
Rhonda, the campaign obviously has been so impacted by coronavirus. Let's talk about how Vice President Pence and Senator Harris have been deployed by the campaigns and what sort of a role they're playing, whether it's on the road or in front of a camera computer.
Yeah, both of them are doing a little bit more in person than the other halves of their ticket. Kamala Harris has been out, so has Vice President Pence. In fact, he has some events coming up later this week, even though a lot of members of the West Wing are battling the coronavirus themselves. But you do see, even with tonight, the plexiglass, that is a striking symbol of how both camps are seeing this virus. Vice President Pence's team, they sort of battled up until yesterday, earlier today, if there would even be a divider. And Kamala Harris's team wanted that divider. That was kind of a thing that they said had to be there. So both camps are sending both the vice presidential picks out on the road, but they also have very different ways of looking at what protection is.
James, as Rhonda and I both watched that debate stage there, you know, those plexiglass dividers are pretty modest. Let's be honest here.
It's virtue signaling.
Yeah, it's virtue signaling. So talk to us about that. What does that mean?
Yeah, and when you talk to experts, I talked to an epidemiologist today, and he said, you know, it would be much better to have a fan. The key is ventilation when you're in an indoor space. That's the risk. And so the partition is it's about show. That doesn't mean plexiglass doesn't work in other contexts, like in an office setting. There are times where plexiglass is valuable, but you know, this is about projecting that you're taking this seriously. There are times where Joe Biden wears a mask where he's not within 25 feet of anyone, but he's still wearing the mask, and it's about signaling to the country that's what leadership is. That's what you know. That's a huge part of the job, and I think that's what they were trying to do. Ultimately, the commission made the decision here to have the plexiglass, and the Pence folks, while they still think the plexiglass is kind of silly when you talk to them, they acquiesced because they don't want to project that they're unserious about the contagion.
Well, and James, of course, Kamala Harris's team had very valid concerns about the safety of this event tonight.
Yeah, and we still don't know when the president's last negative test was. And we don't know when he was contagious. We do know Mike Pence was around him. And there are a lot of people at the CDC. We have a story up by our science reporters saying that there's a lot of frustration that the head of the CDC put out a memo last night saying it's totally fine for Pence to be debating, because there's a lot of evidence that that's not the case. And it's another data point of kind of the politicization of science.
Amber Phillips, we're just a few moments away from this debate getting underway. What are your final thoughts as we begin to watch?
I think both candidates just have to not mess up, but that onus is on Pence more than Kamala Harris, in part because he's the face of the White House's coronavirus response team. And he comes into this debate with so many questions about how the president handled an outbreak within his own White House, and whether it's even safe for Pence to be at this debate. And so he has a lot of explaining to do.
Let's go to you, Rhonda, for your final thoughts before this debate gets underway.
Yeah, a lot of explaining to do. How does he handle that? How does he balance being this chief supporter of the president and also address a lot of concern that we've seen from the president and the White House in the last few days? He, as we have said several times tonight, he is the leader of the White House task force on the coronavirus. So he has a lot to tackle tonight in letting the American people see what he feels is the way forward on this virus.
All right, well, we see moderator Susan Page of USA Today seated there, getting ready to get this underway. In just a moment, the candidates, Vice President Mike Pence and the Democratic nominee Kamala Harris, will take the stage. Thank you for watching, and a reminder that we'll be back here at the end of the debate with analysis from the newsroom of the Washington Post. We now go to Salt Lake City, Utah.
Good evening. From the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, welcome to the first and only Vice Presidential Debate of 2020, sponsored by the Nonpartisan Commission on Presidential Debates. I'm Susan Page of USA Today. It is my honor to moderate this debate, an important part of our democracy. In Kingsbury Hall tonight, we have a small and socially distant audience, and we've taken extra precautions during this pandemic. Among other things, everyone in the audience is required to wear a face mask, and the candidates will be seated 12 feet apart. The audience is enthusiastic about their candidates, but they've agreed to express that enthusiasm only twice, at the end of the debate and now when I introduce the candidates. Please welcome California Senator Kamala Harris and Vice President Mike Pence.
Thank you.
Senator Harris and Vice President Pence, thank you for being here. We're meeting as President Trump and the First Lady continue to undergo treatment in Washington after testing positive for COVID-19. We send our thoughts and prayers to them for their rapid and complete recovery and for the recovery of everyone afflicted by the coronavirus. The two campaigns and the Commission on Presidential Debates have agreed to the ground rules for tonight. I'm here to enforce them on behalf of the millions of Americans who are watching. One note, no one in either campaign or at the Commission or anywhere else has been told in advance what topics I'll raise or what questions I'll ask. This 90-minute debate will be divided into 9 segments of about 10 minutes each. I'll begin a segment by posing a question to each of you, sometimes the same question, sometimes a different question on the same topic. You will then have 2 minutes to answer without interruption by me or the other candidate. Then we'll take 6 minutes or so to discuss the issue. At that point, although there will always be more to say, we'll move on to the next topic. We want a debate that is lively, but Americans also deserve a discussion that is civil. These are tumultuous times, but we can and will have a respectful exchange about the big issues facing our nation. Let's begin with the ongoing pandemic that has cost our country so much. Senator Harris, the coronavirus is not under control. Over the past week, Johns Hopkins reports that 39 states have had more COVID cases over the past 7 days than in the week before. 9 states have set new records. Even if a vaccine is released soon, the next administration will face hard choices. What would a Biden administration do in January and February that a Trump administration wouldn't do? Would you impose new lockdowns for businesses and schools and hotspots? A federal mandate to wear masks? You have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Thank you, Susan. Well, the American people have witnessed what is the greatest failure of any presidential administration in the history of our country. And here are the facts. 210,000 dead people in our country in just the last several months. Over 7 million people who have contracted this disease. 1 in 5 businesses closed. We're looking at frontline workers who have been treated like sacrificial workers. We are looking at over 30 million people who in the last several months had to file for unemployment. And here's the thing. On January 28th, the Vice President and the President were informed about the nature of this pandemic. They were informed that it's lethal in consequence, that it is airborne, that it will affect young people, and that it would be contracted because it is airborne. And they knew what was happening, and they didn't tell you. Can you imagine if you knew on January 28th, as opposed to March 13th, what they knew, what you might have done to prepare? They knew and they covered it up. The president said it was a hoax. They minimized the seriousness of it. The president said, you're on one side of his ledger if you wear a mask, you're on the other side of his ledger if you don't. And in spite of all of that, today they still don't have a plan. They still don't have a plan. Well, Joe Biden does. And our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all. That is the plan that Joe Biden has and that I have, knowing that we have to get a hold of what has been going on, and we need to save our country. And Joe Biden is the best leader to do that. And frankly, this administration has forfeited their right to re-election based on this.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, more than 210,000 Americans have died of COVID-19 since February. The U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population is higher than that of almost every other wealthy nation on earth. For instance, our death rate is 2.5 times that of Canada next door. You head the administration's coronavirus task force. Why is the U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population higher than that of almost every other wealthy country? And you have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Susan, thank you. And I want to thank the Commission and the University of Utah for hosting this event. And Senator Harris, it's a privilege to be on the stage with you. And our nation has gone through a very challenging time this year. But I want the American people to know that from the very first day, President Donald Trump has put the health of America first. Before, there were more than 5 cases in the United States, all people who had returned from China. President Donald Trump did what no other American president had ever done, and that was he suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. Now, Senator Joe Biden opposed that decision. He said it was xenophobic and hysterical. But I can tell you, having led the White House Coronavirus Task Force, that decision alone by President Trump bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. And I believe it saved hundreds of thousands of American lives. Because with that time, we were able to reinvent testing. More than 115 million tests have been done to date. We were able to see to the delivery of billions of supplies so our doctors and nurses had the resources and support they needed. And we began, really, before the month of February was out, to develop a vaccine and to develop medicines and therapeutics that have been saving lives all along the way. And under President Trump's leadership, Operation Warp Speed, we believe we'll have literally tens of millions of doses of a vaccine before the end of this year. The reality is, when you look at the Biden plan, it reads an awful lot like what President Trump and I and our task force have been doing every step of the way. I mean, quite frankly, when I look at their plan that talks about advancing testing, creating new PPE, developing a vaccine, it looks a little bit like plagiarism, which is something Joe Biden knows a little bit about. And I think the American people know that this is a president who has put the health of America first, and the American people, I believe with my heart, can be proud of the sacrifices they have made. It's saved countless American lives.
Senator Harris, would you like to respond?
Absolutely. Whatever the vice president is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked. When you're looking at over 210,000 dead bodies in our country, American lives that have been lost, families that are grieving that loss. And you know, the vice president is the head of the task force and knew on January 28th how serious this was. And then thanks to Bob Woodward, we learned that they knew about it. And then when that was exposed, the vice president said, when asked, well, why didn't y'all tell anybody? He said, because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
no, but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add, but Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm speaking.
Yeah, you can have 15 more seconds, and then we'll give the vice president a chance to respond.
So I want to ask the American people, how calm were you when you were panicked about where you're going to get your next roll of toilet paper? How calm were you when your kids were sent home from school and you didn't know when they could go back? How calm were you when your children couldn't see your parents because you were afraid they could kill them?
Let's give Vice President Pence a chance to respond. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute to respond.
You know, there's not a day gone by that I haven't thought of every American family that's lost a loved one. And I want all of you to know that you'll always be in our hearts and in our prayers. But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice for the sacrifices the American people have made.
I'm referring
The
to
reality,
the
if I may finish, Senator, the reality is Dr. Fauci said everything that he told the president in the Oval Office, the president told the American people. Now, President Trump, I will tell you, has boundless confidence in the American people, and he always spoke with confidence that we'd get through this together. But when you say it hasn't worked, when Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and our medical experts came to us in the second week of March, they said if the president didn't take the unprecedented step of shutting down roughly half of the American economy, that we could lose 2.2 million Americans. Now, that's the reality.
Thank you.
They also
Thank you,
said
Vice
to us if we
President
did everything right, Susan, we could still lose more than 200,000 Americans.
Vice President
Now, one
Pence,
life lost is too many, Susan. But the American people, I believe, deserve credit for the sacrifices that they have made, putting the health of their family and their neighbors first, our doctors, our nurses, our first responders.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And I'm going to speak up on behalf of what the American people have done.
Vice President Pence, you were in the front row in a Rose Garden event 11 days ago at what seems to have been a super spreader event for senior administration and congressional officials. No social distancing, few masks, and now a cluster of coronavirus cases among those who were there. How can you expect Americans to follow the administration's safety guidelines to protect themselves from COVID when you at the White House have not been doing so?
Well, the American people have demonstrated over the last 8 months that when given the facts, they're willing to put the health of their families and their neighbors and people they don't even know first. President Trump and I have great confidence in the American people and their ability to take that information and put it into practice. In the height of the epidemic, when we were losing a heartbreaking number of 2,500 Americans a day, we surged resources to New Jersey and New York and New Orleans and Detroit. We told the American people what needed to be done, and the American people made the sacrifices. When the outbreak in the Sun Belt happened this summer, again, Americans stepped forward. But the reality is the work of the President of the United States goes on. A vacancy on the Supreme Court of the United States has come upon us, and the President introduced Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President
At
Pence.
that, if I may say, that Rose Garden event, there's been a great deal of speculation about it. My wife Karen and I were there and honored to be there. Many of the people who were at that event, Susan, actually were tested for coronavirus, and it was an outdoor event, which all of our scientists regularly and routinely advise. The difference here is President Trump and I trust the American people to make choices in the best interest of their health. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris consistently talk about mandates, and not just mandates with the coronavirus, but a government takeover of health care,
Thank you,
the Green New Deal, all government control. We're about freedom and respecting the freedom of the American people.
Let's talk about respecting the American people. You respect the American people when you tell them the truth. You respect the American people when you have the courage to be a leader speaking of those things that you may not want people to hear, but they need to hear so they can protect themselves. But this administration stood on information that if you had as a parent, if you had as a worker knowing you didn't have enough money saved up, and now you're standing in a food line because of the ineptitude of an administration that was unwilling to speak the truth to the American people. So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration. It is asking too much of the people.
Susan, we talked about
it is asking too much of the people. That they would not be equipped with the information they need to help themselves to protect their parents and their children.
Kamala Harris, Senator Harris, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I'm Kamala.
No, you're Senator Harris to me. For life to get back to normal, Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts say that most of the people who can be vaccinated need to be vaccinated. But half of Americans now say they wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it, absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of repercussions from this pandemic. In recent days, the president's diagnosis of COVID-19 has underscored the importance of the job that you hold and that you are seeking. That's our second topic tonight. It's the role of the vice president. One of you will make history on January 20th. You will be the vice president to the oldest president the United States has ever had. Donald Trump will be 74 years old on Inauguration Day. Joe Biden will be 78 years old. That already has raised concerns among some voters, concerns that have been sharpened by President Trump's hospitalization in recent days. Vice President Pence, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with President Trump about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes without interruption.
Well, Susan, thank you, although I would like to go back.
I think we need to move on to the issue of
Thank you, but I would like to go back because the reality is that we're going to have a vaccine, Senator, in record time, in unheard of time, in less than a year. We have 5 companies in phase 3 clinical trials, and we're right now producing tens of millions of doses. So the fact that you continue to undermine public confidence in a vaccine, if the vaccine emerges during the Trump administration, I think is unconscionable. And Senator, I just ask you, stop playing politics with people's lives. The reality is that we will have a vaccine, we believe, before the end of this year. And it will have the capacity to save countless American lives. And your continuous undermining of confidence in a vaccine is it's just unacceptable. And let me also say, you know, the reality is when you talk about failure in this administration, we actually do know what failure looks like in a pandemic. It was 2009. The swine flu arrived in the United States. Thankfully, it ended up not being as lethal as the coronavirus. But before the end of the year, when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, not 7.5 million people contracted the swine flu. 60 million Americans contracted the swine flu. If the swine flu had been as lethal as the coronavirus, in 2009, when Joe Biden was vice president, we would have lost 2 million American lives. His own chief of staff, Ron Klain, would say last year that it was pure luck that they did, quote, everything possible wrong. And we learned from that. They left the strategic national stockpile empty. They left an empty and hollow plan, but we still learned from it. And I think the American people, I'm going to say again, can be proud of what we have done. And Senator, please stop undermining confidence in a vaccine.
Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked Vice President Pence, which is, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with Vice President Biden about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, and if you win the election next month, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So let me tell you, first of all, the day I got the call from Joe Biden, it was actually a Zoom call, asking me to serve with him on this ticket was probably one of the most memorable days of my life. I thought about my mother, who came to the United States at the age of 19, gave birth to me at the age of 25 at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. And the thought that I'd be sitting here right now, I know would make her proud, and she must be looking down on this. You know, Joe and I were raised in a very similar way. We were raised with values that are about hard work, about the value and the dignity of public service, and about the importance of fighting for the dignity of all people. And I think Joe asked me to serve with him because, you know, I have a career that included being elected the first woman district attorney of San Francisco, where I created models of innovation for law enforcement in terms of reform of the criminal justice system. I was elected the first woman of color and black woman to be elected Attorney General of the state of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. And there I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States Senate as only the second black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about threats to our nation and hotspots around the world. I've traveled the world. I've met with our soldiers in our in war zones. And I think Joe has asked me to serve with him because he knows that we share a purpose which is about lifting up the American people. And after the 4 years that we have seen of Donald Trump unifying our country around our common values and principles.
Thank you, Senator Harris. You know, neither President Trump nor Vice President Biden has released a sort of detailed health information that had become the modern norm until the 2016 election. And in recent days, President Trump's doctors have given misleading answers or refused to answer basic questions about his health. And my question to each of you in turn is this information voters deserve to know? Vice President Pence, would you like to go first?
Well, Susan, thank you. And let me say, on behalf of the President and the First Lady, how moved we've all been by the outpouring of prayers and concern for the President. And I do believe it's emblematic of the prayers and the concern that have ushered forth for every American impacted by the coronavirus. But the care the President received at Walter Reed Hospital, the White House doctors, was exceptional. And the transparency that they practiced all along the way will continue. The American people have a right to know about the health and well-being of their President, and will continue to do that. But I'm just extremely grateful and was more than a little moved by the broad and bipartisan support. And Senator, I want to thank you and Joe Biden for your expressions of genuine concern. And I also want to congratulate you, as I did on that phone call, on the historic nature of your nomination.
Thank you.
I never expected to be on this stage 4 years ago, so I know the feeling. But the reality is we've got an election before the American people in the midst of this challenging year. And the stakes have never been higher, but I think the choice has never been clearer.
I want to give Senator Harris a chance to respond to the same question I asked, which is, do voters have a right to know more detailed health information about presidential candidates and especially about presidents, especially when they're facing some kind of challenge?
Absolutely, and that's why Joe Biden has been so incredibly transparent, and certainly by contrast, the President has not, both in terms of health records, but also let's look at taxes. We now know, because of great investigative journalism, that Donald Trump paid $750 in taxes. When I first heard about it, I literally said, "You mean $750,000? And it was like, no, $750. We now know Donald Trump owes and is in debt for $400 million. And just so everyone is clear, when we say in debt, it means you owe money to somebody. And it'd be really good to know who the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, owes money to, because the American people have a right to know what is influencing the President's decisions. And is he making those decisions on the best interest of the American people, of you, or self-interest? So, Susan, I'm glad you asked about transparency, because it has to be across the board. Joe has been incredibly transparent over many, many years. The one thing we all know about Joe, he puts it all out there. He is honest, he is forthright. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been about covering up everything.
Thank you, Senator Harris. I want to give you a chance to respond, Vice President.
Well, look, I respect the fact that Joe Biden spent 47 years in public life. I respect your public service as well.
Thank you.
But the American people have a president who's a businessman, he's a job creator, who's paid tens of millions of dollars in taxes, payroll taxes, property taxes. He's created tens of thousands of American jobs. And the president said those public reports are not accurate. And the president's also released literally stacks of financial disclosures the American people can review just as the law allows. But the distinction here is that Joe Biden, 47 years in public service, compared to President Donald Trump, who brought all of that experience 4 years ago.
Thank you, Vice
and
President.
turned this economy around by cutting taxes, rolling back regulation,
unleashing
American
Vice President
energy,
Pence.
Fighting for free and fair trade, and all of that's on the
Vice
line
President
if
Pence.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
You know, that's a
are in
good
the White
segue into our third topic,
segue.
which is about the economy. This has been another aspect of life for Americans that's been so affected by this coronavirus. We have a jobs crisis brewing. On Friday, we learned that the unemployment rate had declined to 7.9% in September, but that job growth had stalled, and that was before the latest round of layoffs and furloughs in the airline industry at Disney and elsewhere. Hundreds of thousands of discouraged workers have stopped looking for work. Nearly 11 million jobs that existed at the beginning of the year haven't been replaced. Those hardest hit include Latinos, Blacks, and women. Senator Harris, the Biden-Harris campaign has proposed new programs to boost the economy, and you would pay for that new spending by raising $4 trillion in taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. Some economists warn that could curb entrepreneurial ventures that fuel growth and create jobs. Would raising taxes put the recovery at risk? And you have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
Thank you. On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the American people are going to have to pay for. On day one, Joe Biden will repeal that tax bill. He'll get rid of it. And what he'll do with the money is invest it in the American people. And through a plan that is about investing in infrastructure, something that Donald Trump said he would do. I remember hearing about some infrastructure week. I don't think it ever happened. But Joe Biden will do that. He'll invest in infrastructure. It's about upgrading our roads and bridges, but also investing in clean energy and renewable energy. Joe is going to invest that money in what we need to do around innovation. There was a time when our country believed in science and invested in research and development so that we were an innovation leader on the globe. Joe Biden will use that money to invest in education. So, for example, for folks who want to go to a 2-year community college, it will be free. If you come from a family that makes less than $125,000, you'll go to a public university for free. And across the board, we'll make sure that if you have student loan debt, it's cut by $10,000. That's how Joe Biden thinks about the economy, which is it's about investing in the people of our country as opposed to passing a tax bill, which had the benefit of letting American corporations go offshore to do their business.
Thank you,
You're
Senator
welcome.
Harris. Vice President Pence, your administration has been predicting a rapid and robust recovery, but the latest economic report suggests that's not happening. Should Americans be braced for an economic comeback that is going to take not months, but a year or more? You have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
When President Trump and I took office, America had gone through the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. Because when Joe Biden was vice president, they tried to tax and spend and regulate and bail our way back to a growing economy. President Trump cut taxes across the board. Despite what Senator Harris says, the average American family of 4 had $2,000 in savings in taxes. And with the rise in wages that occurred, most predominantly for blue-collar, hardworking Americans, the average household income for a family of 4 increased by $4,000 following President Trump's tax cuts. But America, you just heard Senator Harris tell you, on day one, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. It's really remarkable to think, Susan. I mean, right after a time where we're going through a pandemic that lost 22 million jobs at the height, we've already added back 11.6 million jobs because we had a president who cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, fought for free and fair trade, and secured $4 trillion from the Congress of the United States to give direct payments to families, saved 50 million jobs through the Paycheck Protection Program. We literally have spared no expense to help the American people and the American worker through this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to raise taxes. They want to bury our economy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal, which you were one of the original co-sponsors of in the United States Senate. They want to abolish fossil fuels and ban fracking, which would cost hundreds of thousands of American jobs all across the heartland. And Joe Biden wants to go back to the economic surrender to China, that when we took office, half of our international trade deficit was with China alone. And Joe Biden wants to repeal all of the tariffs that President Trump put into effect to fight for American jobs and American workers. Joe Biden says democracy's on the ballot. Make no mistake about it, Susan. The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot with 4 more years of growth and opportunity, 4 more years of President Donald Trump. 2021 is going to be the biggest economic year in the history of this country.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Senator Harris.
Well, I mean, I thought we saw enough of it in last week's debate, but I think this is supposed to be a debate based on fact and truth. And the truth and the fact is Joe Biden has been very clear. He will not raise taxes on anybody who makes less than $400,000 a year.
He said he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. That was tax cuts that gave the average working family $2,000 in a tax break every single year. Senator,
that is
that's the math.
absolutely not true. That
Is he only going to repeal part of the Trump tax cuts?
If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Okay. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden is the one who, during the Great Recession, was responsible for the Recovery Act that brought America back. And now the Trump-Pence administration wants to take credit when they rode the coattails of Joe Biden's success for the economy that they had at the beginning of their term. Of course, now the economy is a complete disaster. But Joe Biden, on the one hand, did that. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who has reigned over a recession that is being compared to the Great Depression. On the one hand, you have Joe Biden, who was responsible with President Barack Obama for the Affordable Care Act, which brought health care to over 20 million Americans and protected people with pre-existing conditions. And what it also did is it saved those families who otherwise were going bankrupt because of hospital bills they could not afford. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who's in court right now, trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which means that you will lose protections if you have pre-existing conditions. And this is very important, Susan.
Yes,
and it's
but we need to give Vice President.
I'd just like to, he interrupted me, and I'd like to just finish, please. If you have a pre-existing condition, heart disease, diabetes, breast cancer, they're coming for you. If you love someone who has a pre-existing condition, they're coming for you. If you are under the age of 26 on your parents' coverage, they're coming for you.
Senator Harris, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, I hope we have a chance to talk about health care because Obamacare was a disaster. The American people remember it well. And President Trump and I have a plan to improve health care and to protect pre-existing conditions for every American. But look, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. You yourself said on multiple occasions when you were running for president that you would ban fracking. Joe Biden looked at a supporter in the eye and pointed and said, I guarantee that we will abolish fossil fuels. They have a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal, Susan, that your newspaper, USA Today, said really wasn't that very different from the original Green New Deal. More taxes, more regulation, banning fracking, abolishing fossil fuel, crushing American energy, and economic surrender to China is a prescription for economic decline. President Trump and I will keep America growing. The V-shaped recovery that's underway right now will continue with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House.
Thank you very, very much, Vice President Pence. Once again, you've provided the perfect segue to a new topic, which is climate change. And Vice President Pence, I'd like to pose the first question to you. This year, we've seen record-setting hurricanes in the South. Another one, Hurricane Delta, is now threatening the Gulf. And we have seen record-setting wildfires in the West. Do you believe, as the scientific community has concluded, that man-made climate change has made wildfires bigger, hotter, and more deadly, and have made hurricanes wetter, slower, and more damaging? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. Well, first, I'm very proud of our record on the environment and on conservation. According to all of the best estimates, our air and land are cleaner than any time ever recorded. Our water is among the cleanest in the world. And just a little while ago, the president signed the Outdoors Act. It's the largest investment in our public lands and public parks in 100 years. So President Trump has made a commitment to conservation and to the environment. Now, with regard to climate change, the climate is changing. But the issue is, what's the cause and what do we do about it? President Trump has made it clear that we're going to continue to listen to the science. Now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would put us back in the Paris Climate Accord. They'd impose the Green New Deal, which would crush American energy, would increase the energy costs of American families in their homes, and literally would crush American jobs. And President Trump and I believe that the progress that we have made in a cleaner environment has been happening precisely because we have a strong free market economy. You know, what's remarkable is the United States has reduced CO2 more than the countries that are still in the Paris Climate Accord, but we've done it through innovation, and we've done it through natural gas and fracking, which, Senator, the American people can go look at the record. I know Joe Biden says otherwise now, as you do, but the both of you repeatedly committed to abolishing fossil fuel and banning fracking. And so by creating the kind of American innovation, we're actually steering toward a stronger and better environment. With regard to wildfires, President Trump and I believe that forest management has to be front and center, and even Governor Gavin Newsom from your state has agreed we've got to work on forest management. And with regard to hurricanes, the National Oceanic Administration tells us that actually as difficult as they are,
Thank you, Vice President.
There are no more hurricanes today than there were 100 years ago.
Thank you.
But many of the climate alarmists
Pence,
use hurricanes and wildfires to try and
Thank
sell
you,
their
Vice
bill of
President
goods
Pence.
of a Green New Deal. And President Trump and I are going to always put
Thank you,
American
Vice
jobs and
President
American
Pence.
workers first.
Senator Harris, as the Vice President mentioned, you co-sponsored the Green New Deal in Congress. But Vice President Biden said in last week's debate that he does not support the Green New Deal. But if you look at the Biden-Harris campaign website, it describes the Green New Deal as a crucial framework. What exactly would be the stance of a Biden-Harris administration toward the Green New Deal? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. So first of all, I will repeat, and the American people know, that Joe Biden will not ban fracking. That is a fact. That is a fact. I will repeat that Joe Biden has been very clear that he thinks about growing jobs, which is why he will not increase taxes for anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. Joe Biden's economic plan, Moody's, which is a reputable Wall Street firm, has said will create 7 million more jobs than Donald Trump's. And part of those jobs that will be created by Joe Biden are going to be about clean energy and renewable energy. Because you see, Joe understands that the west coast of our country is burning, including my home state of California. Joe sees what is happening on the Gulf states, which are being battered by storms. Joe has seen and talked with the farmers in Iowa, whose entire crops have been destroyed because of floods. And so Joe believes, again, in science. I'll tell you something, Susan. I served, when I first got to the Senate, on the committee that's responsible for the environment. Do you know this administration took the word science off the website and then took the phrase climate change off the website? We have seen a pattern with this administration, which is they don't believe in science. And Joe's plan is about saying we're going to deal with it, but we're also going to create jobs. Donald Trump, when asked about the wildfires in California, and the question was, you know, the science is telling us this, you know what Donald Trump said? Science doesn't know. So let's talk about who is prepared to lead our country over the course of the next 4 years on what is an existential threat to us as human beings. Joe is about saying we're going to invest that in renewable energy. It's going to be about the creation of millions of jobs. We will achieve net zero emissions by 2050, carbon neutral by 2035. Joe has a plan. This has been a lot of talk from the Trump administration, and really it has been to go backward instead of forward. We will also re-enter the climate agreement with pride.
Senator Harris just said that climate change is an existential threat. Vice President Pence, do you believe that climate change poses an existential threat?
As I said, Susan, the climate is changing. We'll follow the science. But Once again, Senator Harris is denying the fact that they're going to raise taxes on every American. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that on day one he was going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. Those tax cuts delivered $2,000 in tax relief to the average family of four across America. And with regard to banning fracking, I just recommend that people look at the record. You yourself said repeatedly that you would ban fracking. You were the first Senate co-sponsor of the Green New Deal. And while Joe Biden denied the Green New Deal, Susan, thank you for pointing out, the Green New Deal is on their campaign website. And as USA Today said, it's essentially the same plan as you co-sponsored with AOC when she submitted it in the Senate. And you just heard the senator say that she's going to resubmit America to the Paris Climate Accord. Look, the American people have always cherished our environment. We'll continue to cherish it. We've made great progress reducing CO2 emissions through American innovation and the development of natural gas through fracking. We don't need a massive $2 trillion Green New Deal that would impose all new mandates on American businesses and American families.
Thank you.
Joe Biden wants us to retrofit 4 million American business buildings. It makes no sense. It will cost jobs. President Trump is going to put America first. He's going to put jobs first, and we're going to take care of our environment and follow the science.
But on the issue of jobs,
Senator Harris,
let's talk about that. The vice president earlier referred to, as part of what he thinks is an accomplishment, the president's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. You lost it. What ended up happening is because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Farmers have experienced bankruptcy because of it. We are in a manufacturing recession because of it. And when we look at where this administration has been, there are estimates that by the end of the term of this administration, they will have lost more jobs than almost any other presidential administration. And the American people know what I'm talking about. You know, I think about 20-year-olds. You know, we have a 20-year-old, a 20-something-year-old, who are coming out of high school and college right now, and you're wondering, is there going to be a job there for me? We're looking at people who are trying to figure out how they're going to pay rent by the end of the month. Almost half of American renters are worried about whether they're going to be able to pay rent by the end of the month. This is where the economy is in America right now, and it is because of the catastrophe and the failure of leadership of this administration.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you just 15 seconds to respond, because then I want to move on to
Well, I'd love to respond. Look, lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China over the last several decades. And again, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts. When Joe Biden was vice president, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs, and President Obama said they were never coming back. He said we needed a magic wand to bring them back. In our first 3 years after we cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, this administration saw 500,000 manufacturing jobs created. And that's exactly the kind of growth we're going to continue to see as we bring our nation through this pandemic. But a Green New Deal, your massive new mandates, your Paris Climate Accord, it's going to kill jobs this time, just like it killed jobs.
I just need to respond very briefly,
15 seconds, and
Thank
then
you.
we'll move
Thank
on.
you. Joe Biden is responsible for saving America's auto industry, and you voted against it. So let's set the record straight. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about China. We have, as our next topic, we have no more complicated or consequential foreign relationship than the one with China. It is a huge market for American agricultural goods. It's a potential partner in dealing with climate change in North Korea. And in a video tonight, President Trump again blamed it for the coronavirus, saying China will pay. Vice President Pence, how would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Competitors, adversaries, enemies? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Susan. Well, before I leave that, let me speak to voting records if I can. You know, everybody knows that NAFTA cost literally thousands of American factories to close. We saw automotive jobs go south of the border. President Trump fought to renegotiate NAFTA. And the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement is now the law of the land. American people deserve to know Senator Kamala Harris was one of only 10 members of the Senate to vote against the USMCA. It was a huge win for American auto workers. It was a huge win for American farmers, especially dairy in the upper Midwest. But Senator, you said it didn't go far enough on climate change, that you put your radical environmental agenda ahead of American auto workers and ahead of American jobs. I think the American people deserve to know that. Is probably why Newsweek magazine said that Kamala Harris was the most liberal member of the United States Senate in 2019, more liberal than Bernie Sanders, more liberal than any of the others in the United States Senate. So now with regard to China, look, Susan, first and foremost, China is to blame for the coronavirus. And President Trump is not happy about it. He's made that very clear, made it clear again today. China and the World Health Organization did not play straight with the American people. They did not let our personnel into China to get information on the coronavirus until the middle of February. Fortunately, President Trump, in dealing with China from the outset of this administration, standing up to China that had been taking advantage of America for decades in the wake of Joe Biden's cheerleading for China, President Trump made that decision before the end of January to suspend all travel from China. And again, the American people deserve to know Joe Biden opposed President Trump's decision to suspend all travel from China. He said it was hysterical. He said it was
Thank you, Vice
xenophobic.
President Pence.
But President Trump has
Vice
stood
President Pence,
up
your
to
time is
China.
up.
We're going to continue to stand strong.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
We want to improve the relationship, but we're going to level the playing field, and we're going to hold
Vice President
China
Pence.
accountable for what they did to America with the coronavirus.
Thank you. Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked the Vice President. How would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Are we competitors, adversaries, enemies? You'll have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Susan, the Trump administration's perspective and approach to China has resulted in the loss of American lives, American jobs, and America's standing. There's a weird obsession that President Trump has had with getting rid of whatever accomplishment was achieved by President Obama and Vice President Biden. For example, they created within the White House an office that basically was responsible for monitoring pandemics. They got rid of it.
Not true.
There was a team of disease experts that President Obama and Vice President Biden dispatched to China to monitor what is now predictable and what might happen. They pulled them out. We now are looking at 210,000 Americans who have lost their lives. Let's look at the job situation. We mentioned before the trade deal, the trade war, they wanted to call it, with China. It resulted in the loss of over 300 manufacturing jobs and a manufacturing recession, and the American consumer paying thousands of dollars more for goods because of that failed war that they called it. Then let's talk about standing. Pew, a reputable research firm, has done an analysis that shows that leaders of all of our formerly allied countries have now decided that they hold in greater esteem and respect Xi Jinping, the head of the Chinese Communist Party, than they do Donald Trump, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. This is where we are today because of a failure of leadership by this administration.
Senator Harris, we've seen changes in the role of the United States in terms of global leadership over the past 4 years. And of course, times do change. What's your definition? We've seen strains with China, of course, as the Vice President mentioned. We've seen strains with our traditional allies in NATO and elsewhere. What is your definition of the role of American leadership in 2020?
So, you know, Joe is, I love talking with Joe about a lot of these issues. And, you know, Joe, I think he said it quite well. He says, you know, foreign policy, it might sound complicated, but really it's relationships. So just think about it as relationships. And so we know this in our personal and professional relationships. You got to keep your word to your friends. You got to be loyal to your friends. People who've stood with you, you got to stand with them. You got to know who your adversaries are and keep them in check. But what we have seen with Donald Trump is that he has betrayed our friends and embraced dictators around the world. Let's take, for example, Russia. So Russia, I serve on the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate. America's intelligence community told us Russia interfered in the election of the President of the United States in 2016 and is playing in 2020. Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, said the same. But Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, prefers to take the word of Vladimir Putin over the word of the American intelligence community. You look at our friends at NATO. He has walked away from agreements. You can look at the Iran nuclear deal, which now has put us in a position where we are less safe because they are building up what might end up being a significant nuclear arsenal. We were in that deal, guys. We were in the Iran nuclear deal with friends, with allies around the country. And because of Donald Trump's unilateral approach to foreign policy, coupled with his isolationism, he pulled us out and has made America less safe. So, Susan, it's about relationships. And the thing that has always been part of the strength of our nation, in addition to our great military, has been that we keep our word. But Donald Trump doesn't understand that because he doesn't understand what it means to be honest.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, thank you. Well, President Trump kept his word when we moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. When Joe Biden was vice president, they promised to do that, and they never did. We've stood strong with our allies, but we've been demanding. NATO is now contributing more to our common defense than ever before, thanks to President Trump's leadership. We've strengthened our alliances across the Asia-Pacific, and we've stood strong against those who would do us harm. You know, when President Trump came into office, ISIS had captured an area of the Middle East the size of Pennsylvania. But President Trump unleashed the American military, and our armed forces destroyed the ISIS caliphate and took down their leader, al-Baghdadi, without one American casualty. Al-Baghdadi was responsible for the death of thousands. But notably, America's hearts today are with the family of Kayla Mueller, her parents of which are here with us tonight in Salt Lake City. Today, two of the ISIS killers responsible for Kayla Mueller's murder were brought to justice in the United States. Jihadi John was killed on the battlefield along with the other beetle. The reality is that when Joe Biden was vice president, we had an opportunity to save Kayla Mueller. It breaks my heart to reflect on it, but the military came into the Oval Office, presented a plan. They said they knew where Kayla was. Baghdadi had held her for 18 months, abused her mercilessly before they killed her. But when Joe Biden was vice president, they hesitated for a month. And when armed forces finally went in, it was clear she'd been moved 2 days earlier. And her family says with a heart that broke the heart of every American that if President Donald Trump had been president, they believe Kayla would be alive today.
Thank you, Vice
Look,
President.
we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. And you talk about re-entering the Iran nuclear deal. I mean, the last administration transferred $1.8 billion to the leading state sponsor of terrorism. President Donald Trump got us out of the deal.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And when Qasem Soleimani was traveling to Baghdad to do harm to Americans, President Donald Trump took him
Vice
out.
President Pence.
And America is safer, our allies are safer, and the American people know President Donald Trump will never
Thank you, Vice President
take
Pence.
action.
I would like to give Senator Harris a chance to respond, but not at such great length because, of course, there are other topics we want to talk about.
But I would like equal time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
First of all, to the Mueller family, I know about your daughter's case, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What happened to her is awful, and it should have never happened. And I know Joe feels the same way. And I know that President Obama feels the same way. But you mentioned Soleimani. Let's start there. So after the strike on Soleimani, there was a counter strike on our troops in Iraq. And they suffered serious brain injuries. And do you know what Donald Trump dismissed them as? Headaches. And this is about a pattern of Donald Trump's, where he has referred to our men who are serving in our military as suckers and losers. Donald Trump, who went to Arlington Cemetery and stood above the graves of our fallen heroes and said, what's in it for them? Because, of course, he only thinks about what's in it for him. Let's take what he said about John McCain, a great American hero. And Donald Trump says he doesn't deserve to be called a hero because he was a prisoner of war. And this is very important when you want to talk about who is the current commander-in-chief and what they care about and what they don't care about. Public reporting that Russia had bounties on the heads of American soldiers. And you know what a bounty is? It's somebody puts a price on your head and they will pay it if you are killed. And Donald Trump had talked at least 6 times to Vladimir Putin and never brought up the subject. Joe Biden would never do that.
Thank you.
Joe Biden would, but Joe Biden would hold Russia to account for any threat to our nation's security or to our troops who are sacrificing their lives for the sake of our democracy and our safety.
Thank you, Senator Harris. This is such an important issue, but we have other important issues as well. And
Susan,
I want to make sure we have a chance
I really have
to talk
to respond to that.
about.
Look, she has
15 seconds because
well, I got to have
trying
more
to
than
keep,
that. Look,
well, I'm sorry, but Vice President Pence, you've had more time than she's had so far.
The slanders against President Donald Trump regarding men and women of our armed forces are absurd.
I'm sorry, Vice President Pence.
My son is a captain in the United States Marine Corps. My son-in-law is deployed in the United States Navy. I can assure all of you, with sons and daughters serving in our military, President Donald Trump not only respects but reveres all of those who serve in our armed forces, and any suggestion otherwise is ridiculous.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
The American people deserve, Susan, the American people deserve to know.
Vice President Pence, I did not, excuse me,
Susan, the
I did
American
not
people
create
deserve
the
to know
rules for tonight.
Joe Biden.
Your campaigns agreed to the rules for tonight's debate with the Commission on Presidential Debates. I'm here to enforce them, which involves moving from one topic to another, giving roughly equal time to both of you, which is what I'm trying very hard to do.
Go right ahead.
So I want to go ahead and move to the next topic, which is an important one, as the last topic was, and that is the Supreme Court. On Monday, the Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to open hearings on Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court. Senator Harris, you'll be there as a member of the committee. Her confirmation would cement the court's conservative majority and make it likely open to more abortion restrictions, even to overturning the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling. Access to abortion would then be up to the states. Vice President Pence, you're the former governor of Indiana. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want Indiana to do? Would you want your home state to ban all abortions? You have 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
Well, thank you for the question, but I'll use a little bit of my time to respond to that very important issue before. The American people deserve to know Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general, was responsible for the death of hundreds of American service members. When the opportunity came, we saw him headed to Baghdad to kill more Americans. President Trump didn't hesitate, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. But you deserve to know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually criticized the decision to take out Qasem Soleimani. It's really inexplicable, but with regard to Joe Biden, it's explainable, because history records that Joe Biden actually opposed the raid against Osama bin Laden. It's absolutely essential that we have a commander-in-chief who will not hesitate to act to protect American lives and to protect American service members, and that's what you have in President Donald Trump. Now, with regard to the Supreme Court of the United States, let me say President Trump and I could not be more enthusiastic about the opportunity to see Judge Amy Coney Barrett become Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Now, she's a brilliant woman, and she will bring a lifetime of experience and a sizable American family to the Supreme Court of the United States. And our hope is, in the hearing next week, unlike Justice Kavanaugh received with treatment from you and others, we hope she gets a fair hearing. And we particularly hope that we don't see the kind of attacks on her Christian faith that we saw before. I mean, the Democrat chairman of the Judiciary Committee before, when Judge Barrett was being confirmed for the Court of Appeals, expressed concern that the dogma of her faith lived loudly in her. Dick Durbin of Illinois said that it was a concern. Senator, I know one of our judicial nominees you actually attacked because they were a member of the Catholic Knights of Columbus, just because the Knights of Columbus holds pro-life views and pro-marriage views.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
So
Your time
my hope is that when the hearing takes place,
thank you, Vice President Pence.
That Judge Amy Coney Barrett will be respected,
thank you,
treated
Vice President
respectfully,
Pence.
voted and confirmed
Thank
to the
you.
Supreme Court of the United States.
Senator Harris, you're the senator from and former Attorney General of California. So let me ask you a parallel question to the one I posed to the Vice President. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want California to do? Would you want your home state to enact no restrictions on access to abortion? And you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. First of all, Joe Biden and I are both people of faith, and it's insulting to suggest that we would knock anyone for their faith. And in fact, Joe, if elected, will be only the second practicing Catholic as President of the United States. On the issue of this nomination, Joe and I are very clear, as are the majority of the American people. We are 27 days before the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And, you know, before, when this conversation has come up, you know, it's been about election year or election time. We're literally in an election. Over 4 million people have voted. People are in the process of voting right now. And so Joe has been very clear, as the American people are. Let the American people fill that seat in the White House, and then we'll fill that seat on the United States Supreme Court. And to your point, Susan, the issues before us couldn't be more serious. There's the issue of choice, and I will always fight for a woman's right to make a decision about her own body. It should be her decision and not that of Donald Trump and the Vice President, Michael Pence. But let's also look at what else is before the court. It's the Affordable Care Act. Like, literally in the midst of a public health pandemic, when over 210,000 people have died and 7 million people probably have what will be in the future considered a pre-existing condition because you contracted the virus. Donald Trump is in court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And I said it before, and it bears repeating. This means that there will be no more protections if they win for people with pre-existing conditions. Yeah. This means that over 20 million people will lose your coverage. It means that if you're under the age of 26, you can't stay on your parents' coverage anymore. And here's the thing. The contrast couldn't be more clear. They're trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Joe Biden is saying, let's expand coverage. Let's give you a choice of a public option or private coverage. Let's bring down premiums.
Thank you, Senator
Let's
Harris.
lower Medicare eligibility to 60.
Thank you, Senator
That's true
Harris.
leadership.
You know, you mentioned earlier, Vice President Pence, that the president was committed to maintaining protections for people with pre-existing conditions. But you do have this court case that you are supporting, your administration supporting, that would strike down the Affordable Care Act. The president says, President Trump says that he's going to protect people with pre-existing conditions, but he has not explained how he would do that. And that was one of the toughest nuts to crack when they were passing the Affordable Care Act. So tell us specifically, how would your administration protect Americans with pre-existing conditions to have access to affordable insurance if the Affordable Care Act is struck down?
Well, thank you, Susan. But let me just say, addressing your very first question, I couldn't be more proud to serve as vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. I'm pro-life. I don't apologize for it. And this is another one of those cases where there's such a dramatic contrast. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris support taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth, late-term abortion. They want to increase funding to Planned Parenthood of America. Now, for our part, I would never presume how Judge Amy Coney Barrett would rule on the Supreme Court of the United States, but we'll continue to stand strong for the right to life. When you speak about the Supreme Court, though, I think the American people really deserve an answer, Senator Harris. Are you and Joe Biden going to pack the court if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed? I mean, there have been 29 vacancies on the Supreme Court during presidential election years, from George Washington to Barack Obama. Presidents have nominated in all 29 cases. But your party is actually openly advocating adding seats to the Supreme Court, which has had 9 seats for 150 years, if you don't get your way. This is a classic case of if you can't win by the rules, you're going to change the rules. Now, you've refused to answer the question. Joe Biden has refused to answer the question. So I think the American people would really like to know, if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed to the Supreme Court of the United States, are you and Joe Biden, if somehow you win this election, going to pack the Supreme Court to get your way?
I'm so glad we went through a little history lesson. Let's do that a little more. In 1864...
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
No, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Okay. In 1864, one of the, I think, political heroes, certainly of the president, I assume of you also, Mr. Vice President, is Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Abraham Lincoln was up for re-election, and it was 27 days before the election, and a seat became open on the United States Supreme Court. Abraham Lincoln's party was in charge not only of the White House, but the Senate. But Honest Abe said it's not the right thing to do. The American people deserve to make the decision about who will be the next president of the United States, and then that person can select who will serve for a lifetime on the highest court of our land. And so Joe and I are very clear. The American people are voting right now, and it should be their decision about who will serve on this most important body for a lifetime.
Thank you,
And
Senator
the
Harris.
people, Susan, are voting right now. They'd like to know if you and Joe Biden are going to pack the Supreme Court if you don't get your way in this nomination.
Let's talk about packing.
You once again gave a non-answer. Joe Biden gave a non-answer.
Trying to answer you
the
now.
The American people deserve a straight answer. And if you haven't figured it out yet, the straight answer is they are going to pack the Supreme Court if they somehow win this election. Men and women, I got to tell you, people across this country, if you cherish our Supreme Court, if you cherish the separation of powers, you need to reject the Biden-Harris ticket. Come November the 3rd, re-elect President Donald Trump, and we'll stand by that separation of powers in a 9-seat Supreme Court.
Yeah, let's talk about packing the court then. Let's talk about the fact. Yeah, I'm about to. So the Trump-Pence administration has been, because I sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Susan, as you mentioned, and I've witnessed the appointments for lifetime appointments to the federal courts, district courts, courts of appeal. People who are purely ideological, people who have been reviewed by legal professional organizations and found to have been not competent, are substandard. And do you know that of the 50 people who President Trump appointed to the Court of Appeals for lifetime appointments, not one is black? This is what they've been doing. You want to talk about packing a court? Let's have that discussion.
All right, thank you, Senator. Let's go on and talk about the issue of racial justice.
I just want the record to reflect she never answered the question. So I think maybe the next debate, Joe Biden will answer the question, but I think the American people know the answer.
Thank you, Vice President. In March, Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old emergency room technician in Louisville, was shot and killed after police officers executing a search warrant in a narcotics investigation broke into her apartment. The police said they identified themselves. Taylor's boyfriend said he didn't hear them do that. He used a gun registered to him to fire a shot, which wounded an officer. The officers then fired more than 20 rounds into the apartment. They say they were acting in self-defense. None of them have been indicted in connection with her death. Senator Harris, in the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes.
I don't believe so, and I've talked with Breonna's mother, Tamika Palmer. and her family. And her family deserves justice. She was a beautiful young woman. She had as her life goal to become a nurse, and she wanted to become an EMT to first learn what's going on out on the street so she could then become a nurse and save lives. And her life was taken unjustifiably and tragically and violently. And it brings me to, the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that America witnessed, during which an American man was tortured and killed under the knee of an armed, uniformed police officer. And people around our country of every race, of every age, of every gender, perfect strangers to each other, marched shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, fighting for us to finally achieve that ideal of equal justice under law. And I was a part of those peaceful protests. And I believe strongly that, first of all, we are never going to condone violence, but we always must fight for the values that we hold dear, including the fight to achieve our ideals. And that's why Joe Biden and I have said on this subject, look, and I'm a former career prosecutor. I know what I'm talking about. Bad cops are bad for good cops. We need reform of our policing in America and our criminal justice system, which is why Joe and I will immediately ban chokeholds and carotid holds. George Floyd would be alive today if we did that. We will require a national registry for police officers who break the law. We will, on the issue of criminal justice reform, get rid of private prisons and cash bail, and we will decriminalize marijuana. And we will expunge the records of those who have been convicted of marijuana. This is a time for leadership on a tragic, tragic issue of unarmed Black people in America who have been killed.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me pose the same question to you. In the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, our heart breaks for the loss of any innocent American life. And the family of Breonna Taylor has our sympathies. But I trust our justice system, a grand jury that refused the evidence. And it really is remarkable that as a former prosecutor, you would assume that an impaneled grand jury looking at all the evidence got it wrong. But you're entitled to your opinion, Senator. I think, look, and with regard to George Floyd, there's no excuse for what happened to George Floyd. And justice will be served. But there's also no excuse for the rioting and looting that followed. I mean, it really is astonishing. Flora Westbrook is with us here tonight in Salt Lake City. Just a few weeks ago, I stood at what used to be her salon. It was burned to the ground by rioters and looters. And Flora is still trying to put her life back together. And I must tell you, this presumption that you hear consistently from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that America is systemically racist, and that, as Joe Biden said, that he believes that law enforcement has an implicit bias against minorities, is a great insult to the men and women who serve in law enforcement. And I want everyone to know who puts on the uniform of law enforcement every day that President Trump and I stand with you. And it is remarkable that when Senator Tim Scott tried to pass a police reform bill, brought together a group of Republicans and Democrats, Senator Harris, you got up and walked out of the room. And then you filibustered Senator Tim Scott's bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. Look, we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement, improving public safety, and supporting our African American neighbors and all of our minorities. Under President Trump's leadership, we'll always stand with law enforcement, and we'll do what we've done from day one, and that is improve the lives of African Americans.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
Record unemployment, record investments in education, and we'll fight for school choice for all of our minorities.
Thank you, Vice President.
I'd like to respond.
Senator Harris.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President on what it means to enforce the laws of our country. I am the only one on this stage who has personally prosecuted everything from child sexual assault to homicide. I'm the only one on this stage who has prosecuted the big banks for taking advantage of America's homeowners. I'm the only one on this stage who prosecuted for-profit colleges for taking advantage of our veterans. And the reality of this is that we are talking about an election in 27 days, where last week, the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans and refused to condemn white supremacists.
Not true.
And
not true.
It wasn't like he didn't have a chance. He didn't do it, and then he doubled down. And then he said, when pressed, stand back, stand by. And this is a part of a pattern of Donald Trump's. He called Mexicans rapists and criminals. He instituted as his first act a Muslim ban. On the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully protesting the need for racial justice, where a young woman was killed, and on the other side there were neo-Nazis carrying tiki torches, shouting racial epithets, anti-Semitic slurs. And Donald Trump, when asked about it, said there were fine people on both sides. This is who we have as the President of the United States. And America, you deserve better. Joe Biden will be a president who brings our country together.
Senator Harris,
and recognizes the beauty in our diversity and the fact that we
Senator
all
Harris,
have so much more in common than what separates us.
Vice President Pence, let me give you a minute to respond.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think this is one of the things that makes people dislike the media so much in this country, Susan, is that you selectively edit, just like Senator Harris did, comments that President Trump and I and others on our side of the aisle make. I mean, Senator Harris conveniently omitted, after the president made comments about people on either side of the debate over monuments, he condemned the KKK, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists, and has done so repeatedly. You're concerned that he doesn't condemn neo-Nazis. President Trump has Jewish grandchildren. His daughter and son-in-law are Jewish. This is a president who respects and cherishes all of the American people. But you talk about having personally prosecuted. I'm glad you brought up your record, Senator.
Thank you.
I really need to make this point. When you were DA in San Francisco, when you left office, African Americans were 19 times more likely to be prosecuted for minor drug offenses than whites and Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California, you increased the disproportionate incarceration of blacks in California. You did nothing on criminal justice reform in California. You didn't lift a finger to pass the First Step Act on Capitol Hill. I mean, the reality is your record speaks for itself. President Trump and I have fought for criminal justice reform.
Thank you, Vice President
We fought for educational choice and opportunities for African Americans, all of our
Thank
minorities.
you, sir.
And we'll do it for 4 more
Thank
years.
you. You know, there is no more important issue than the final issue that we're going to talk about tonight, and that is the issue of the election itself.
Susan, he attacked my record. I would like an opportunity to respond.
Let me give you 30 seconds because we're running out of time.
I appreciate that. First of all, having served as the Attorney General of the state of California, the work that I did is a model of what our nation needs to do, and we will be able to do under a Joe Biden presidency. Our agenda includes what this administration has failed to do. It will be about not only instituting a ban on chokeholds and carotid holes.
Thank you.
Not only.
Thank you, Senator
I
Harris.
would like to go through.
These are points that you made earlier in the hour, and I want to talk about the election itself before we have to.
But I want to talk about the connection between what Joe and I will do and my record, which includes I was the first statewide officer to institute a requirement that my agents would wear body cameras and keep them on full time. We were the first to initiate a requirement that there would be a training for law enforcement on implicit bias because, yes, Joe Biden and I recognize that implicit bias does exist, Mr. Vice President, contrary to what you may believe. We did the work of instituting reforms that were about investing in reentry. This is the work that we have done and the work we will do going forward. And again, I will not be lectured by the Vice President on our record of what we have done in terms of law enforcement and keeping our communities safe, and a commitment to reforming the criminal justice system of America.
Thank you, Senator Harris. And I'd like to I'd like you to respond first to the question on our final topic, the election itself. President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If your ticket wins and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what steps would you and Vice President Biden then take? What would happen next? You have 2 minutes.
So I'll tell you, Joe and I are, I think, particularly proud of the coalition that we've built around our campaign. We probably have one of the broadest coalitions of folks that you've ever seen in a presidential race. Of course, we have the support of Democrats, but also independents and Republicans. In fact, 7 members of President George W. Bush's cabinet are supporting our ticket. We have the support of Colin Powell, Cindy McCain, John Kasich, over 500 generals, retired generals, and former national security experts and advisors are supporting our campaign. And I believe they are doing that because they know that Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight for our democracy and to fight for the integrity of our democracy and to bring integrity back to the White House. And so we believe in the American people. We believe in our democracy. And here's what I'd like to say to everybody. Vote. Please vote. Vote early. Come up with a plan to vote. Go to iwillvote.com. You can also go to joebiden.com. We have it within our power in these next 27 days to make the decision about what will be the course of our country for the next 4 years. And it is within our power, and if we use our vote and we use our voice, we will win. And we will not let anyone subvert our democracy with what Donald Trump has been doing, as he did on the debate stage last week, when again in front of 70 million people, he openly attempted to suppress the vote. Joe Biden, on the other hand, on that same debate stage, because clearly Donald Trump doesn't think he can run on a record because it's a failed record, Joe Biden on that stage said, hey, just please vote. So I'll repeat what Joe said. Please vote.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Pence, President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If Vice President Biden is declared the winner and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what would be your role and responsibility as Vice President? What would you personally do? You have 2 minutes.
Well, Susan, first and foremost, I think we're going to win this election. Because while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris rattle off a long litany of the establishment in Washington, D.C., an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for 47 years, President Donald Trump has launched a movement of everyday Americans from every walk of life. And I have every confidence that those same Americans that delivered that historic victory in 2016, they see this president's record where we rebuild our military, we revived our economy through tax cuts and rolling back regulation, fighting for fair trade, unleashing American energy. We appointed conservatives to our federal courts at every level. And we stood with the men and women of law enforcement every single day. And I think that movement of Americans has only grown stronger in the last 4 years. But when you talk about accepting the outcome of the election, I must tell you, Senator, your party has spent the last 3.5 years trying to overturn the results of the last election. It's amazing. When Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States, the FBI actually spied on President Trump and my campaign. I mean, there were documents released this week that the CIA actually made a referral to the FBI documenting that those allegations were coming from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, we've all seen the avalanche, what you put the country through for the better part of 3 years until it was found that there was no obstruction, no collusion, case closed. And then, Senator Harris, you and your colleagues in the Congress tried to impeach the President of the United States over a phone call. And now Hillary Clinton has actually said to Joe Biden that in her words, under no circumstances should he concede the election. So let me just say, I think we're going to win this election. President Trump and I are fighting every day in courthouses to prevent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris from changing the rules and creating this universal mail-in voting that'll create a massive opportunity for voter fraud. And we have a free and fair election. We know we're going to have confidence in it. And I believe in all my heart that President Donald Trump's going to be reelected for 4 more years.
You know, I've written all the questions that I've asked tonight, but for the final question of the debate, I'd like to read a question that someone else wrote. The Utah Debate Commission asked students in the state to write essays about what they would like to ask you. And I want to close tonight's debate with the question posed by Brecklin Brown. She's an 8th grader at Springville Junior High in Springville, Utah. And here's what she wrote, quote, "When I watch the news, all I see is arguing between Democrats and Republicans. When I watch the news, all I see is citizen fighting against citizen. When I watch the news, all I see are 2 candidates from opposing parties trying to tear each other down. If our leaders can't get along, how are the citizens supposed to get along?" And then she added, "Your examples could make all the difference to bring us together," end quote. So to each of you in turn, I'd like you to take 1 minute and respond to Brecklin. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute.
Brecklin, it's a wonderful question. And let me just commend you for taking an interest in public life. I started following the news when I was very young. And in America, we believe in a free and open exchange of debate. And we celebrate that. And it's how we've created literally the freest and most prosperous nation in the history of the world. But I would tell you that don't assume that what you're seeing on your local news networks is synonymous with the American people. You know, I look at the relationship between Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late justice who we just lost from the Supreme Court, and the late Justice Antonin Scalia. They were on polar opposites on the Supreme Court of the United States, one very liberal, one very conservative. But what's been learned since her passing was the 2 of them and their families were the very closest of friends. I mean, here in America, we can disagree. We can debate vigorously, as Senator Harris and I have on this stage tonight. But when the debate is over, we come together as Americans. And that's what people do in big cities and small towns all across this country. So I just want to encourage you, Brecklin. I want to tell you that we're going to work every day to have government as good as our people. And the American people each and every day love a good debate. We love a good argument. But we always come together and are always there for one another in times of need. And we've especially learned that through the difficulties of this year.
Senator Harris, what would you say to Brecklin?
First of all, I love hearing from our young leaders. And when I hear her words, when I hear your words, Brecklin, I know our future is bright because it is that perspective on who we are and who we should be. That is a sign of leadership and is something we should all aspire to be. And that, you know, that brings me to Joe. Joe Biden, one of the reasons that Joe decided to run for president is after Charlottesville, which we talked about earlier. It so troubled him and upset him like it did all of us, that there was that kind of hate and division. What propelled Joe to run for president was to see that over the course of the last 4 years, what Brecklin described has been happening. Joe has a long-standing reputation of working across the aisle and working in a bipartisan way. And that's what he's going to do as president. Joe Biden has a history of lifting people up and fighting for their dignity. You mean you have to know Joe's story to know that Joe has known pain, he has known suffering, and he has known love. And so, Brecklin, when you think about the future, I do believe the future is bright. And it will be because of your leadership, and it will be because we fight for each person's voice through their vote, and we get engaged in this election because you have the ability through your work and through eventually your vote to determine the future of our country and what its leadership looks like.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Thank you, Vice President Pence. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. We want to thank also the University of Utah for its hospitality, and most of all, our thanks to all the Americans who watched this debate tonight. Again, our best wishes for a quick recovery to President Trump, the First Lady, and everyone who is battling COVID-19. The second presidential debate is next week on October 15th, a town hall style debate in Miami. We hope you'll join us then. Good evening.
The Republican and Democratic candidates for vice president being greeted there by their spouses. Those two candidates laid out very different visions of an American future. And this was a debate that was very different from the people at the top of the ticket. But tonight's debate, even though it hit on topics like the coronavirus pandemic and President Trump's refusal to promise to abide by the election results, healthcare, and the environment, also left a lot of questions unanswered. A lot of the questions posed by moderator Susan Page did not get answered by those two candidates. Well, we'll talk about all of that and more on this special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and with me to unpack what we just saw, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, James Hohman, national political reporter, and Philip Bump, national correspondent. Welcome to you all. Rhonda, let's start with you. Primary takeaways of this one and only vice presidential debate of the 2020 election.
Well, you are right in something you just said, and that's they both kind of skirted around some of the questions that the moderator had for them. That shows that both of these contenders came with their own agenda tonight. They knew they had to be that person out for their ticket because this is really the last opportunity for both of them to be on the national stage. Sure, they will go on to campaign and do other things, but this was the one moment tonight that the national audience is looking at them. And then, as far as we know, this may actually be the last debate. We still are a little bit uncertain about next week's debate with the two presidential candidates. So I think that these two candidates, they wanted to make sure that their messages were heard, and they used all of their time to do that. I think, honestly, one of the biggest takeaways for me is the optics of all of this. The split screen image of the two candidates, you saw a lot of head shaking when they disagreed with what the other one was saying. You saw, Kamala Harris kind of smile when she found something to be absurd when Vice President Pence was explaining things about the coronavirus and his team's response to it. So I think the optics of this, they were pretty interesting to watch. And body language is a very, very important part of debates. If you go back to the very first televised debate in 1960 with Nixon and Kennedy, that really changed the game for Kennedy because people saw him on television, saw his body language. He looked comfortable, whereas Nixon did not. So it goes a long way, and I think the optics will really be the story tomorrow about this.
Philip Bump, let's go to you for more on how these two candidates came across. They both set out tonight to show that they were supportive of the candidate at the top of the ticket, of course, Philip, but they also had to show the American public that they are strong vice presidential candidates because both of the presidential candidates are in their 70s, and of course, one of them is battling the coronavirus.
Yeah, I mean, the moderator, Susan Page, actually asked a question which is meant to get at the subtext of what you just said, which is, what happens if the person at the top of the ticket is incapacitated or dies while you are serving as vice president? Neither vice presidential candidate, for probably obvious reasons, was particularly eager to raise that subject, to talk about whether or not they'd actually spoken with the person at the top of the ticket about what would happen under those circumstances. Obviously, for Vice President Pence, there is a newfound salience to the question given the events of the past week. But yeah, I mean, it is not often that a vice presidential debate has lingering in the background this sense of, okay, what if? I mean, obviously, when Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, George W. Bush, they were all fairly young when they were serving in the presidency. It was less likely that this would be something that would come up, but this is where we are, and neither one of them really seem to want to talk about it very much.
James, let's pick up on that. A lot unanswered here by both candidates, but Mike Pence especially dodged a lot of questions tonight and wasn't pressed on them by moderator Susan Page.
He really was not pressed. It always felt, Libby, like he was a question behind because he was trying to catch up and he wanted to kind of have the last word on almost everything. And so it didn't feel like until the very end when he was engaging with the question from the 8th grader that he was actually substantively engaging. There was kind of a lot of interruption. I think that there was there was a gendered dynamic there that was sort of striking. And he avoided kind of owning up to a lot of stuff about the record. He made a lot of sort of breathtaking comments for anyone who follows this stuff closely, saying the president's been fully transparent about his health, saying that the Biden plan is plagiarizing the Trump approach to the coronavirus, which isn't true. There was a lot of statements like that where kind of they just were flatly not true, but he said it in kind of a confident way and with a smile, and that's why body language is important. Ultimately, I don't see any exchanges there, including Kamala Harris refusing to answer about court packing, as changing the trajectory of this race. Obviously, a lot can still happen in the final month. There's a lot of unknowns, but there was no moment tonight that is going to cause people to leave their corners. The number of undecided voters is relatively small. If you were a conservative watching that, inclined to support President Trump, you heard a good case for that. The best case that Pence could make, he made. And if you're inclined to support Biden, you heard a good case for that. So I think it's going to end up sort of being considered a draw.
James, you talked about Kamala Harris not answering the question about court packing, but let's go back in time a little bit and rewind that. Nobody answered any questions in that string.
Yes.
And so there was some irony there because Mike Pence was very critical of her. He was asked a question about President Trump's health care plan, and instead he talked a lot about abortion, James. So we were already in a string of topics that were driven by the candidates, not by the moderator.
He also didn't answer the question about abortion. So you're absolutely right. He ducked. Susan Page said specifically, how are you going to cover people with pre-existing conditions? And she said, we have a plan. They don't have a plan. On abortion, it was striking because Mike Pence has really fashioned himself in the past as a social conservative warrior. And he's been outspoken that Roe v. Wade was wrongly decided, that he is strongly against abortion. But we've seen this in some of the Senate debates, actually, in the last 2 weeks, where Amy Coney Barrett is very clear. She signed a newspaper ad a little over a decade ago saying she was opposed to Roe. She is on the circuit court been very clearly against that. And so Pence, notably, even though he said, of course, I'm pro-life, he declined to answer what he would do if he was governor of Indiana and Roe does get overturned, and these are decisions that are left to the state. This is a consequential issue, obviously, and it comes as our polling shows that there's likely to be a historic gender gap in this election, with, in our poll, women favoring Vice President Biden over President Trump by about 30 points.
Well, President Trump once bragged about how good Mike Pence was at talking without answering reporters' question, and deflection was on display tonight. Watch how Vice President Pence handles a straightforward question on the environment from moderator Susan Page.
Vice President Pence, do you believe that climate change poses an existential threat?
As I said, Susan, the climate is changing. We'll follow the science. But once again, Senator Harris is denying the fact that they're going to raise taxes on every American. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that on day one he was going to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Rhonda Colvin, quite the pivot there from the vice president.
Quite the pivot, and we saw it all night long. And we also saw it back in 2016 when he debated then the Democratic nominee for vice president, Senator Kaine. He can deflect. He does it well, and he comes across as he's downplaying issues, whether they be very controversial or just simple matters. He comes across, he knows also that body language thing of coming across to the camera, making sure the audience knows that this is a non-issue. And that's really what the Trump campaign probably wanted out of him tonight. This is what he's often dispatched to do. So he also has this history as a broadcaster, a TV broadcaster and a radio broadcaster. So he's very aware of the camera, and he came with his agenda and talking points, as did Senator Harris. But that's what we saw with him not answering direct questions. Certainly has precedent in from his other debates.
Philip Bump, we didn't see an answer to that question from Vice President Pence. I mean, we didn't get clarity on that topic as well as many others. Does that hurt him, or is it considered to be a success because he was able to bring the topics back to what he wanted to focus on?
Yeah, I mean, the question of what hurts anyone in this election cycle, I mean, we've seen nothing hurt Trump, we've seen nothing hurt Biden, we've seen nothing hurt Pence or Harris. So, I mean, the default assumption should be it's not going to hurt anything. You know, what we saw from Pence was really a very traditional sort of dishonest politician. I mean, he was frequently saying things that weren't true. I mean, the very first thing he said was false, which was that Donald Trump had imposed this ban on travel from China, which he didn't. You know, that's very well established. But he did it in a way that we're all pretty familiar with after a few decades of watching politics, those of us who have had the or happy fortune of having spent that long watching politics. So, yeah, I mean, we saw Vice President Pence outlining these sort of standard slippery rhetoric that we are used to politicians saying. We saw Harris do some of that too, for example, on the question of court packing. But, you know, in Pence, this really is Pence's forte, is his ability to reframe things back in the way that he wants to have them be. You know, he's sort of spent the past 3 years serving as a translator to traditional DC of the outbursts that President Trump has offered. And it really showed tonight that he's good at that. I don't think it really makes any difference, though.
Well, let's go to Salt Lake City now, where political reporter Joyce Koh is outside of the debate hall. So, Joyce, there were a number of moments that were immediately fact-checked tonight by the Washington Post and others looking over what the candidates were saying. What stood out to you?
Well, I think, Libby, going into tonight, the role of the vice president and the significance of that was on the top of many minds, especially with the president testing positive for coronavirus, battling the virus as we speak, and seeing a growing number of White House officials as well as people surrounding the White House testing positive for the coronavirus. Mike Pence was asked about that during tonight's debate. Susan Page, the moderator, asking him straight on, have you had these conversations with the president about what that plan would be if the president were to become disabled in his role? And Mike Pence not only pivoted from that conversation talking about the coronavirus vaccine and promising millions of vaccines, but take a listen to what he had to say when he made one particularly peculiar comparison with the H1N1 virus. Take a listen.
We actually do know what failure looks like in a pandemic. It was 2009. The swine flu arrived in the United States. Thankfully, it ended up not being as lethal as the coronavirus. But before the end of the year, when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, not 7.5 million people contracted the swine flu. 60 million Americans contracted the swine flu. If the swine flu had been as lethal as the coronavirus in 2009, when Joe Biden was vice president, we would have lost 2 million American lives.
Now, this was an attempt to draw the comparison that if Joe Biden were to be in President Trump's position handling the coronavirus, that he would not do well in terms of containing the virus. And that is certainly not supported by any evidence, but it's also an odd comparison because at the time, President Obama and Vice President Biden were polling highly and positively at the time. And it's interesting because Obama declared H1N1 a public health emergency before any deaths were recorded as far as Americans go in the United States, Obama declaring that a national emergency. In addition, the swine flu, as you heard the vice president say, was not nearly as lethal as the coronavirus is, comparative to the 60 million infections that he brought up. 7.5 million Americans have contracted the coronavirus, and of that, more than 211,000 people have died. Libby?
Joyce Koh reporting live from Salt Lake City. Thank you so much, Joyce. This is a special report from the Washington Post. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is the Washington Post special coverage of this one and only vice presidential debate of the 2020 campaign. I'm Libby Casey, joining you tonight from our newsroom in Washington, D.C. And with me, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, national political reporter James Hohman, and national correspondent Philip Bump. Mike Pence said numerous times, twice, specifically on this one thing about facts, and you're entitled to your opinion, but not your facts. James, let's start with you. There's a lot of irony there. The Washington Post has shown that President Trump has said or written more than 20,000 incorrect, misleading, or false things during his time in office.
Yeah, there was certainly a shamelessness to that. And it was striking because both candidates, Libby, used words like facts, truth, reality a lot. I was even struck, when Kamala Harris was being evasive on the question of, will you pack the court? She said in 1864, when a Supreme Court justice died 20-some days before the election, Honest Abe decided he wanted to do the right thing. Honest Abe. And there was this kind of this hard leaning in on honesty. And, Pence didn't give an inch when they were talking about the coronavirus. He said, we've always been honest. That's obviously not true. Senator Harris mentioned the book by Bob Woodward in which the president said on tape that he was intentionally downplaying the severity of the virus. But it is a recognition that the president has a credibility gap, and Pence is seen as more credible than Trump, but not by that much. But that is an effort to kind of be perceived as trustworthy, because that is an important attribute, especially amid the cascade of crises we face right now.
Let's bring in our colleague Eugene Scott to the conversation, writer for The Fix. Eugene covers identity and politics here. Eugene, let's talk about the dynamic between these two candidates. Mike Pence was no Donald Trump in that he wasn't yelling, he wasn't in that bullying manner trying to dominate the conversation, but he would not listen to Susan Page, the moderator, when his time was up. And he had to be asked repeatedly to stop talking. There was this thank you, Vice President, thank you, Vice President. We heard over and over again her way of trying to politely get him to abide by the rules.
So Mike Pence did essentially end up dominating the conversation, but in a way that's quite different from the way that President Trump did, as you noted. But what's true also is that women voters appeared to notice both based on text conversations I had and what we also saw on social media. And what they saw was someone who would not allow one of their colleagues, one of their peers, to get her point across very clearly. And that's going to be a real problem for Mike Pence and Donald Trump even, because they are struggling with women voters. And you can certainly count on the Biden-Harris campaign to point this out and posts on social media and commercials and in other ads meant to connect with women voters who feel unheard in this administration and are looking to leaders who will entertain their point of view.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you on how Senator Harris dealt with that. I mean, she was repeatedly seeing her opponent be sort of given extra time by default just because he would not stop talking, and the moderator seemed at a loss as to what to do. So let's talk about how Kamala Harris responded to that and tried to sort of stake her own claim on the stage tonight.
Well, I think she might have been prepared for interruptions just by watching last week's debate. So I think she came in ready knowing she might have to handle that. And she had a line where she kept saying, "I'm speaking," when he did try to interject. And that, too, again, created optics that might put Vice President Pence in a bad light, looking like he's just picking up where President Trump left off last week as an interrupter. So I think she was ready to handle expected interruptions and also expected downplay of the facts.
James Hohmann, Susan Page had a tough job in trying to get the Vice President of the United States to abide by the rules and to stop talking. But I want you to give us a sense of sort of what it means to the American public, to the voter who's out there trying to watch this and glean something useful from this conversation, what the result is if the moderator could not or would not get one of the candidates to stop talking and stick to time.
It's one of those things where it's easy to dismiss that as process and that's, inside baseball, but it's not. People won't remember what you say, but they will remember how it made you feel, how it made them feel. And obviously Mike Pence knows that, championship high school debater. That's why he can say something kind of mean, but say it with a smile on his face, like when he attacked Joe Biden for plagiarism in 1987. But I do think, because of the gender dynamic, because there's two women on stage and this man, especially on the heels of President Trump, that it is just glaring, and it's not like a normal politician evading a question. It looks like he is being disrespectful and not listening and just saying what he wants to say and trying to dominate the conversation. The question is, will there be consequences for that? And you know, it does seem from the polling that we've now seen, 4 or 5 public polls, that voters did really dislike when Trump did that last week, and a few percentage points of the American electorate punished him for it. I'm not sure that that will be the same here because it's the vice presidential debate, but I do think it will help cement a lot of the perceptions that exist out there, and it also makes it harder to turn the tide in an election where a lot of people feel like Trump has been very rude and flip, and I don't think Pence helped in that regard.
You know, James, it seemed early on that the vice president just talked over Susan Page when she was trying to get him to stop, and he sort of learned the lesson that he could keep going. And so then we saw that pattern repeat throughout the night. I mean, that was established early on.
Yeah, and it really is, you know, that it's like, you know, if you don't set, I've moderated debates, congressional and Senate debates, and it's hard, and you have to set the ground rules early. Because if you don't, if someone thinks that they can sort of get away with it, and then what happens is you get in this position where candidates want equal time. There is a fairness to it. As a moderator, you want to give equal time. And so then you're kind of in this hard spot where Pence kept talking and talking and talking. So now you want to let Harris have more time to talk, but then Pence is frustrated that Harris got more time. And so then that's how debates can quickly get out of control, even when there's sort of a general desire by the candidates to stay within the parameters. So it's a very hard job, but it's especially hard. We should note, you know, Susan Page is the moderator, the only moderator of the 4 with a print background. She writes for USA Today. The other 3 moderators, Chris Wallace obviously has been on TV for decades. His dad was Mike Wallace. Steve Scully from C-SPAN has been around for forever. And then you know, we're also getting others that have TV experience, and so I think that that's part of the challenge as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Kristen Welker, the last moderator.
Welker, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, of course, if we see these next 2 debates go on schedule, James, which is still a question mark because the president has coronavirus.
You're right, absolutely.
You know, I want to go to Philip for what was unanswered because of sort of this filibustering and pivoting to the away from the questions that the candidates did. We had some really important topics not thoroughly get fleshed out. One of them was about whether or not the candidates on both sides have had conversations with the person at the top of the ticket about what would happen if they got sick or ill or, God forbid, something happened. Another one that we didn't get a lot of clarity on from Mike Pence was about a peaceful transfer of power if the Trump-Pence tickets loses this election.
I mean, it's really strange to be a sitting vice president and be answered a question which would never even have come up in another debate because it would be considered the softest of softballs, or, you know, like a wiffle ball made out of foam. I mean, it's just, of course, there would be a peaceful transition of power. I mean, that it even has to be asked is baffling. But the Vice President Pence can't simply say, yes, of course, and move on, because he knows that would frustrate President Trump, and he knows he needs to offer up this rhetoric about how they're worried about the sanctity of the vote and so on and so forth, which of course is all just been whipped up by President Trump in an effort to try and fight back against the counting of ballots, which is necessarily going to follow Election Day. You know, there's this whole structure, this whole lattice work that he has to respect and maintain out of deference to his boss, which is just nonsensical. I mean, the easy answer there is yes, of course, but he can't do that because he is a traditional politician who is both trying to navigate his his traditional politician instincts to try and win votes and appeal to people, but at the same time, he knows he can't buck his boss. He can't say things that'll irritate Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, you know, the next day he'll pull a Jeff Sessions on him and start tweeting about what a bum Mike Pence is. I mean, so it's this really, really weird scenario that he's in. But the upshot is the sitting vice president of the United States can't simply say, of course, we ensure a peaceful transition of power. And that's the thing that makes people so nervous.
Well, Senator Harris repeatedly brought up a person who's not on the ballot but is still popular among many Americans, Barack Obama. Let's watch how Kamala Harris uses an interruption to bring the conversation to one of President Obama and his former Veep Joe Biden's signature legislative issues, healthcare.
You have Donald Trump, who's in court right now, trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which means that you will lose protections if you have pre-existing conditions. And this is very important, Susan.
Yes,
and it's
but
important.
we need to give Vice President.
I'd just like to, he interrupted me, and I'd like to just finish, please. If you have a pre-existing condition, heart disease, diabetes, breast cancer, they're coming for you. If you love someone who has a pre-existing condition, they're coming for you. If you are under the age of 26 on your parents' coverage, they're coming for you.
Let's go to Eugene Scott for a reaction to that clip. Eugene.
But I think one of the things that Senator Harris wanted to communicate to voters was that the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, that they overwhelmingly approve of based on recent polling, is in jeopardy under a Trump administration moving forward. If you have a pre-existing condition, including something like COVID, which 1 million Americans have been affected by at least, that this could be at risk and in jeopardy. And the courts right now are considering, as we know, looking at laws to determine whether or not it is constitutional, the pre-existing condition law that is attached to the Affordable Care Act. And so what was really interesting in that segment was how inconsistent both Pence and Harris seem to be, or should I say in disagreement on what it is exactly the current administration is doing when it comes to Affordable Care Act and what the Biden administration could do if given the chance to lead the country.
Thanks, Eugene. Rhonda Colvin, let's wrap up with you. Where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? We don't know yet what will happen next week. Of course, there is a debate on Tuesday with the presidential nominees. But we don't know because the President Trump has coronavirus, and Biden has said he will go and debate Trump if Trump is doing well, and the experts and health officials surrounding Trump say he's okay and has a clean bill of health. But it's interesting to look at this from the standpoint of Miami, where this will take place. The mayor of Miami yesterday, who is a Republican, asked Trump not to come if he's still sick. So we don't really know where we're going from here, and much can transpire between the next few days. But we'll, of course, be watching to see what happens. For these two candidates that we saw tonight, I think, as we've said earlier, it may not have moved the needle much in terms of getting the attention of anyone who's undecided or changing or flipping votes or decisions. I think both could walk away saying that they came and did what they were supposed to do.
And one thing, Rhonda, the next debate is scheduled for next Thursday night.
Thursday, yes.
Yes, and they keep changing the night of the week. So
and we've got a Supreme Court hearing as well on the Hill, which is probably what I'm thinking about.
That's right. So next Thursday night is the next scheduled presidential debate. But as Rhonda just mentioned, on Monday, we do expect to be here, Rhonda, reporting live on the Supreme Court confirmation process. And Rhonda, final thoughts from you on how that plays into this.
Well, it was a key issue as we forecasted in the pre-show today, and we saw Kamala Harris be presented with a question about stacking the court. So this is another issue, just like the coronavirus, that's hanging over this election. So we know that the Senate Judiciary Committee, headed by Lindsey Graham, will start up at 9 a.m. on Monday morning with the hearing process, and they're hoping to wrap it up by Thursday. But there are two senators on that committee who are sick with the coronavirus, so the vote to get that hearing and Amy Coney Barrett out of committee and on the Senate floor is still a little bit in flux.
All right, Rhonda, well, you and I may be in for a long day next Thursday as we cover both that and the next presidential debate. Thank you so much to Rhonda, as well as to Eugene Scott and to Philip Bump and to James Homan. Appreciate all of you staying with us tonight. Well, we are less than 4 weeks away to Election Day. And as we just heard, starting Monday, the Senate starts these Supreme Court confirmation hearings for Amy Coney Barrett. So please subscribe to the Washington Post for notifications about our live broadcasts and heads up about breaking news as it happens. We'll be here live starting next week for those committee hearings Monday morning. We'll be here 8:30 a.m. in advance of the committee gaveling in. I'm Libby Casey. We'll see you then. Have a good night.